The program is about to begin.
Welcome everyone to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I'm Joseph. Welcome everyone to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I'm Joseph Davis, and we're almost set for Talent Forward. And as you know, Talent Forward's our premier workforce event focused on solutions and impact. Now, over the next couple days, you'll be seeing me right here, live, reporting from the briefing center from our Talent Gamechanger desk. Now, what we'll do is we'll get a little more analysis of what we're seeing and hearing in the main hall. So, with that, get prepared, get in the seats, and get ready for Talent Forward 2025.
Please welcome Elizabeth O'Brien, Senior Vice President of Hiring Our Heroes at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
My name is Liz O'Brien, and on behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, thank you for being here. It's my honor to thank our Talent Forward sponsors whose support has helped make this event possible. Thank you to AARP, Edward Jones, GED Testing Service, BridgeCare, Caterpillar Foundation, Minds Matter Bay Area, Walmart.org, the Annie E. Casey Foundation, Collision Careers, and IBM. In partnership, certainly, we are here today and tomorrow for the Talent Forward Conference. Convenings such as this are just one of the many ways we deliver on our mission. And so please be sure during the course of this event to use our event app throughout the programming for further resources like speaker and session information, to make connections to other attendees, and to share your feedback. The core issue this conference addresses is how do we advance in an engaged, agile, and resilient workforce in our country? But before we drill into those issues, this is what I want to know. Who's here with a nonprofit? Anybody here with business? Anybody a veteran or a military spouse? I see you. I ask because this conversation is deeply personal to me. I am a wife, a mother of 3, might I add, 14, 16, and 18, all girls, but that's a different conversation, a former 2-sport Division I athlete, and a forever recovering college basketball coach. And now I'm a Senior Vice President in Workforce Development at Hiring Our Heroes at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. Hiring Our Heroes is not just an organization, if you haven't heard of us. We are a grassroots movement, serving over 80,000 members of the military-connected community every year. And to date, since our inception, we have served over 1 million members of the military-connected community. Our mission is simple yet profound. Connect the business community to transitioning service members, military spouses, and veterans, and leverage public-private partnerships to make sure that our community has a pathway to economic opportunity. We win when a member of the military community has an opportunity, when someone gets to reskill or upskill, and we help close the skills gap that exists in America, and when a job is not just obtained, but it becomes that powerful pathway to economic opportunity. And this is where I want to start my story. I know firsthand what it means to struggle with employment. For over a decade, as I referenced earlier, I was a Division I college basketball coach. I coached at West Point, I coached at Hofstra, I coached at the University of Hawaii. Nobody has to feel bad for me. I coached future members of the WNBA, of national teams, of the and Olympians. I even had the opportunity to play professional soccer in Germany. Each of these stops was in pursuit of my dream, fueled by obsessive hard work, an insatiable desire to learn, and to coach and to teach and to mentor guide in one of the most competitive environments in the world. Ultimately, the main goal of all of that was to build future leaders that return to our communities. People think basketball and rolling out a ball in practice, but we are building future leaders that return to their communities. But what I haven't shared with you yet is I am also a military spouse. My husband's a colonel in the United States Army, and we have been at this for over 20 years during our nation's longest conflicts. We lived in 7 places in 9 years, and 2 of them are overseas. We have been the strongest of teams, certainly, navigating deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, train-ups for combat. And while my husband was deployed, the birth of my child, my first and oldest daughter, 5,000 miles away from my family. 4 days later, I was back on the floor coaching, and 3 weeks later, she was on a plane with me and our team from Hawaii to Arizona because we didn't have access to safe, affordable childcare. We took on this call to serve together always because we love our great nation. But like 1 other million military spouses who are active duty, who are reservists, National Guard, our commitment to service comes with a cost. I wasn't always able to financially contribute to our household. I couldn't always find a job in my chosen profession. My skills and experiences went untapped and underutilized. And most of all, I missed sense of purpose. And that sense of belonging and impact that comes with really meaningful work. Military families move constantly. In fact, a military spouse is 10 times more likely to move over state lines than our civilian counterparts. And so in my career, my dream of coaching college basketball, it didn't matter how good a coach I was. It didn't matter if I was Pat Summitt at Tennessee or Coach K at Duke. I had to start over with every single move. New York to Hawaii to California to Kansas to Kentucky to Germany and finally to Washington, D.C. Employment stability, let alone career growth, felt absolutely impossible. And I was aggressive and I went hard and I did all the things somebody should do who wants to find meaningful employment. But for me, the tipping point came when I realized I could no longer pursue my dream of coaching. I needed to find a pathway that allowed me to contribute economically to my family while also restoring a sense of purpose in my life. And I reached out over a decade ago to a friend that was at Hiring Our Heroes, not to ask her for a job at Hiring Our Heroes, but to ask her if she knew anybody at the Washington Wizards in D.C., because I had a plan. If I could get into the front office in the NBA, I thought every time we had to move, at least there would be a team, and I could go to work in the front office. And she said, no, I don't know anybody over there, but I have an opportunity at HOH. And she told me about the mission, and I thought, oh, for the first time, I am actually not alone in my struggle. There were other military spouses, 92% female, who were struggling in the same way. And so at the age of 40, I took the lowest paying job at Hiring Our Heroes. I reported to a 26-year-old who was not even a military spouse. And I can tell you this openly and honestly, it was humbling at best. But I had an opportunity and I had a mission that I believed in and I had a chance to serve. And from there I climbed. I progressed within the organization. And I left in 2020 to go serve as CEO of an ed tech company. And we grew it ahead of schedule, far more quickly than anybody imagined, and we led it through an acquisition by private equity for tens of millions of dollars, and I eventually transitioned into chairwoman of the board, if anyone knows how private equity works out for you. And then I had the great opportunity, which so rarely happens, to think about, we are financially stable. What is it that matters the most to me? And that's when I reached back out to Eric Eversole, who's our president at Hiring Our Heroes, and thought to myself, is there an opportunity for me to return? And he said yes. And so I had the great opportunity to come back and do what we do every day, the foundation of what I love, coach, teach, mentor, guide. And that's what we do every day at HOH and at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And so we know, until you've gone through it, the pathway for me to return to Hiring Our Heroes was unique, but it brought me back in a very experienced way. Here's what many people don't realize, unless they've lived it, is that finding meaningful employment is not a one-time achievement. For many, especially transitioning service members, military spouses, people returning to the workforce, employment is episodic. We gained ground only to lose it, a new deployment, a requirement for a new state license that doesn't transfer, an entry-level job like I took at Hiring Our Heroes at the age of 40, that doesn't always provide upward mobility, but I had that opportunity. But what if there was an opportunity to create that ecosystem, to break down barriers? And that ecosystem exists. It is here in this room. It looks like all of you. It sounds like the discussions that will take place throughout Talent Forward. It feels like each and every one of us, and it feels like personal achievement, an empowered opportunity to contribute our time, our talents to our households and our communities and employers at society at large, and to build that network. And this is what it feels like to me. And I'm not alone. I'll share the story of a former high school student from Kentucky named John. Like many in the Talent Pipeline Management Network, he felt like college wasn't the pathway for him. And he wanted to be an electrician. Talk about being called to mission-critical work. John began an apprenticeship program his last semester of high school, and he had a full-time job offer in that program on his graduation date. His natural leadership skills quickly became apparent in both the classroom and the lab. And now, thanks to TPM and career pathways like apprenticeship programs, John is a lead journeyman for AE Electrical Solutions, with responsibility for multiple crews of skilled professionals. Latasha Phillips was an Army intelligence officer with 25 years of service and 3 deployments to Iraq, who used our HOH fellowship to transition to Onyx Renewables, a solar developer that builds, owns, and operates commercial and industrial projects in multiple states. And Lindsay Simpson is the owner of Hendersonville Toy Company in North Carolina, and a recipient of the U.S. Chamber Foundation's Small Business Hurricane Recovery Grant Program. When Hurricane Helene struck her community and business last year, she used the grant to hire additional staff and to purchase merchandise. With the support of the grant, Lindsay was able to reopen for business faster, which is an essential service to local communities when they are rebuilding from disaster. You, each and every one of us, can be part of the solution. How many people in America get to be part of the solution? As we meet over the next day and a half, ponder this question: what is the meaning of a job? And certainly it's different for all of us. To many of us, a job is much more than a paycheck. It's the very foundation of our self-worth. It's where we learn, it's where we grow, it's where we find purpose. A job defines us. It provides for our families. It contributes to the infrastructure of our society. It is a cornerstone of the American dream, and in many ways, our national security. When we talk about the importance of pathways to good jobs, We are talking about more than just employment. We're talking about creating opportunities that allow individuals to thrive no matter their background. We're talking about small business owners, military spouses, veterans who deserve more than a job and have earned more than just a job. They deserve a career, a future, and a chance to fully contribute to their communities, their families, and to this great nation. We, each and every one of us in here, have the ability to remove the barriers that prevent talented individuals from reaching their fullest potential. How many people get to say that? Every action that we take, every bold move that we take, every time we make somebody uncomfortable in an effort to move forward, we get to create a ripple effect that extends far beyond the workplace. A job means having agency over your future and the freedom to pursue it. So I challenge you today, as I challenge myself each and every day, what can each of us do to ensure that every person in this country has access to the jobs that they have earned? It's about understanding that a job is not just a way to pay bills, it's a key part of our very self-worth, our nation's infrastructure, our national security, and the foundation of our democracy. As we spend time together, let's not just talk about solutions, let's act, let's take bold actions, let's create pathways, remove barriers, and build the future that every individual deserves. Together, we can make sure that the meaning of a job is not just a question, but one that we contribute the answer to, one that we can proudly stand behind. Let's get to work.
Please welcome Vicki Green from GED Testing Service, Stephen Moore from Strada Education Foundation, Maria Flynn from Jobs for the Future, and Scott Pulsifer from Western Governors University, in conversation with Jason Tishko from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. To get us kicked off, we have an embarrassment of riches on this panel. So joining me today in conversation, we have Vicki Green, President and CEO of GED Testing Service. We have Stephen Moore, President and CEO of Strada Education Foundation. We're also joined by Maria Flynn, President and CEO of Jobs for the Future, and Scott Pulsifer, President of Western Governors University. So just to kind of bridge the opening remarks from Liz O'Brien to this panel, I'd like to ask each of you, what is the meaning of a job to you, to get us started? And feel free to elaborate a little bit more on who you are and what you do. But maybe we'll start with Scott and work our way down.
Oh, okay. Western Governors University, founded by 19 governors over 25 years ago to serve those that weren't historically participating in higher education and make sure that it aligns with opportunity and the workforce. To your question, I think, job in some ways, I think to me, starting from the individual level, I think for the individual, it means that I have an opportunity to meaningfully contribute in the circumstance I'm in. Second, that actually does provide me the economic need, or does meet the economic need that I can be self-reliant and live a self-determined life. But I also think there's a third part for the individual, which is does it provide progress? Meaning that I know that I'm not going to be doing this thing for the next 35 years of my life or 40 years of my life. It has to have an element, is there opportunity to progress in that job? And so that mobility is a key factor too. So I think from an individual level, those are three factors that I would say constitute a job.
Thank you. Maria?
Hi, everyone. Maria Flynn, CEO of Jobs for the Future. We're a national nonprofit that works to drive economic advancement for all. And we have a big, very large North Star goal, which is that by the year 2033, we want to see 75 million American workers working in quality jobs. So it's basically doubling the number of those workers that are currently in quality jobs. And we're looking at 4 large segments of the population, in particular, women, workers of color, any worker without a 4-year degree, and workers who have been impacted by the justice system. And we think of a quality job as having 4 elements. Scott mentioned 3. I'll mention 4, very similar. So obviously, good compensation, worker agency, having a voice in your work, stability, and similar to mobility, advancement, opportunities to advance.
Thank you. Stephen?
Morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Moret of Strata Education Foundation. Our entire focus is strengthening the link between education and opportunity. We do that in a bunch of different ways. When I think about what is a job is, it's more than a paycheck. It's a sense of purpose, sense of identity, a sense of agency, not just in the work, but in opening up other opportunities for the future. And in its best rendering, I think it's also a powerful tool for strengthening families and communities as well. And so for me, thinking about helping more people to have pathways to opportunity, wonderful for them, for their families, for communities, and also for economic competitiveness in the United States.
And Vicki?
It's always nice to go last because I can take all of their good ideas and wrap it all up together. So president and CEO of GED, and so our goal is to reach all the men and women out there who did not graduate with a high school diploma. And it's astonishing that we still have over 30 million adults out there without a high school diploma. And so when you think about a job for those young adults or adults that are in transition, it means everything to them. It means making ends meet. It means putting food on the table. It means safety. It means security. And the only thing that I would add to all of the great responses earlier is that a job to our adult learners means a way out of poverty and also showing their children a path to success. And what every single learner that I've ever come across wants is they also want an employer that invests in their health and well-being, not just mobility in their career, but who they are as a human as well.
Great. Thank you all for sharing that. You know, for myself, when I'm reminded of when I first came to work for the U.S. Chamber and its foundation, and folks used to ask, what's it like to work there? And I say, well, I don't go to work, I go to play, because I'm doing what I genuinely love. And how can we provide more opportunities for people to pursue and achieve what they generally love? But now breaking into the conversation, very interested to get your all's perspective on, big picture, what are the trends that we need to be mindful of, the risks, the challenges? You're 4 luminaries doing very important work in very important institutions, and I think we'd all benefit from getting kind of your perspective on what are those problems we need to be solving for. And just to get the juices flowing, I'll share kind of 2 things that keep me up at night. One is, in most of our labor market sheds, we have a declining working age population, so we're going to have to do more with less in a lot of regions in our country. What do we do with that? And then the second, even bigger thing that keeps me up at night is, with a labor market that's in excess of 170 million workers, how are we going to routinely and at scale upskill and reskill, knowing that we are going to be in an ever dynamic economy? So how do we solve for that problem? So now that I've kind of shared with you what keeps me up at night and what I think are some of the big challenges, I would invite each of you to kind of weigh in and educate us on what you think are the big trends and challenges we need to confront. And anyone could go first.
Well, Jason, I'd say we're in the midst of what I think will be looked at historically as a very important inflection point in our country. We've made tremendous progress over the last few decades in encouraging and achieving higher levels of educational attainment, which has been great for a lot of people and for the country as a whole. But what we haven't focused on enough is what happens after completion. And I just want to give one example. And that is underemployment of college graduates. In the U.S. today, slightly more than 50%, more than half of new graduates with a bachelor's degree that go directly into the labor market do not get a college-level job, typically do not get much of a college earnings premium, if anything. And equally important, most of those 10 years later will still be underemployed. So a transition that I think our whole country is going through right now is recognizing that while education and training and workforce development are absolutely essential to providing pathways to opportunity and supporting the needs of employers, we have to make sure that when people complete, they actually have a good outcome. And I think this will be one of the sort of dominant focus areas of post-secondary education for many years to come.
I'll piggyback off you. One of the things, when I think about, there's lots that keeps everyone up at night. And when I think about me as a leader within the education realm and as a mom of 3 kids that are entering the work world, the thing that keeps me up is the lost in transition into, I leave college, maybe I don't get college, maybe I get a skill, or maybe I earn a credential. And what's happening in the labor market is that learners and employees don't have a transition plan as AI is coming in and changing the direction. And so a great example of that is if today I'm an accountant and AI is coming in and taking away 50, 70% of my job, what are the skills and the abilities that I have, and how do those skills translate into the next role? And what's happening is that our learners don't have enough skills and ability that's tied to technology and how it equates to their role. And so I think as a society, one of the things that I'm seeing is that AI is a very scary word to a lot of people. And they don't know what that means to them. They don't know what that means to their job. And one of the things I talk about is I said, AI is to all of our GED learners, it's the friend that doesn't judge that we've all been looking for our entire life, right? You can ask AI anything, and there's no shame. I can ask it the silliest question, I don't know how to solve this quadratic equation, and AI is going to help you, versus holding yourself back. And so again, how do we help all of those that, including ourselves, in that transition feel comfortable that they have a path, and then how do we help guide them to that path of the next transition in their career?
Terrific. So we have suboptimal outcomes and kind of transitions that aren't working effectively. We have the advent of new technology that's going to be disruptive, and how we're going to manage that disruption effectively to actually make it a tool of empowerment, not a tool of displacement. But now let's hear from Maria and Scott.
Yeah, so I see, I think what worries me is the intersection of 3 trends that aren't new, but I feel are accelerating. So kind of questions and shifts in the higher ed and post-secondary landscape. The fact that we continue to hear from employers that they can't find the skilled workers they need. I was in a conversation with a number of semiconductor employers earlier this week, and across the board, that's what they were saying loud and clear. Then the third being the advances in AI. And before I was at Jobs for the Future, I was at the US Department of Labor for quite a while. And so I think the piece that worries me the most is that the systems that we are relying on to solve these problems are just so antiquated. And I think, even without this moment of a lot of uncertainty around like federal funding, the bones of these systems, were built for a different time. And so how can we be mobilizing and modernizing at the speed that's necessary?
Vicki, as you were talking, I was trying to still think of a workplace example where I used the quadratic equation.
That's a bad example.
I was trying. I have used calculus in writing some code, some algorithms, but I use that mostly to tee off the fact that I think one of the things that worries me, or still I find amusing coming from private sector into higher education, is that the growing misalignment between learning outcomes and skills required in the job, and yet it seems like within certain talent development pathways, if you will, higher education, or education being one of the largest ones of that, is that we're holding on to vestiges of yore and not just owning up to the fact that we have to continually increase the alignment between the learning outcomes and the skills that are needed in the job. And that's true even for all the liberal education outcomes, the general education outcomes. Like, you have to help individuals actually understand the relevancy of what they're learning to the world of work, especially given that 75% of them who go into those pathways are doing so to get a good job. And yet we stick them into that first 2 years of like killer of dreams gen ed stuff that you're just like, wait, why am I doing this? Other than it's a great party if you get that privilege. So that is one thing that worries me, is like we are still holding on to pathways that aren't actually aligned with where the world of work is going. At the same time, the flip side of that, what does concern me, is most employers actually don't know how to define the skills that are needed in the jobs either. They do it based upon legacy stuff too. It's like, oh, the people who did these jobs are doing these things, they have these, these capabilities, competencies, whatever, and we don't actually know how to design for where the work is going. that's a really challenging thing to do. I was talking with someone actually at a break earlier where if we actually started with what are the capabilities needed in those roles and start with that, meaning the outputs of it, et cetera, start with that, and then map back to then the skills of the individuals needing those jobs, we might be able to move even the work a lot further. Let me just maybe two other quick points. One is, it is a volume problem too. You hinted at this, Jason, but in reality is that our birth rate is at a point and our immigration is not high enough. We have a real economic growth problem really quickly here, even with the advent of AI, that the volume of workers combined with the talent or the skill level of those workers presents a real product, output problem for almost every sector of our economy, and that freaks me out. It freaks me out too because you're not going to rely on a system of higher ed to produce those because it's only producing 4 million new grads a year. There's only 19 million people in it, and yet 2/3 of the 170 million people are going to need some quote-unquote post-secondary credential. But we should even drop that phrase and just say they need this level of proficiency in these skills, etc. Let's stop calling it a post-secondary credential. We should just be calling it they need the credentials to signify that they have the proficiency and the skills. But you're not going to get that 100 million people going and enrolling in post-secondary institutions. It's actually going to heavily rely on the employers to figure that out. The last thing I would just is a social problem that we have that keeps me up at night, and this was emphasized. You said you met with semiconductor manufacturers, et cetera, but that one struck me as very telling because they basically said if you look at U.S. competitiveness, the emerging adult generations here, their top job prospect or interest is a freaking social media influencer. And you look at other nations are going like, oh no, I'm going into coding, software development, manufacturing. We have a real problem that is a social problem, and I don't know if it's a byproduct of US's decadence or whatever that says, oh yeah, we're aspiring to roles that don't require much skill at all. And the employers should be freaked out when this rising population is going like, oh no, I'm gonna go get 1 million followers on TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube or whatever, and that's gonna be my job. You're like, yeah, that's what we need is more drivel in the world. So I worry a lot about this I have 6 children. I worry a lot about this because it's a disconnect that we have socially with what's actually needed for our economy to advance.
Yeah, I was worried about my sleep at night, but Scott, now I'm worried about you. I don't know how you even get an hour.
Yeah.
So before we jump into the more positive side of this, I wanted to maybe elaborate a little bit more on Maria and Scott, what you were saying about antiquated systems, tools, data infrastructure that was built for the past, not the future. And it seems like in a dynamic economy where we're contending with all of these challenges, having better data is going to be really important, whether it's data about jobs, data about people, or data about employment outcomes. Yeah. So I was just hoping that we might elaborate a little bit more on this data gap, because if we don't know if we're successful, how do we know we're doing the right things? So Stephen, I know Strata has spent a lot of time thinking about some of these gaps, and you're engaging states to think differently about how we're producing and using data. So I didn't know if you might elaborate a little bit more on this data problem, and for anyone else that wants to jump on that topic, I encourage you to kind of jump in.
Sure, thanks Jason. I think a lot of folks, when they think about post-secondary education and transitioning into the labor market and upward mobility, they actually assume that all the data is there that we need. And so when you sort of talk about data, people kind of their eyes gloss over. But I just want to give you a couple examples, really, really tangible examples of where this data gap is holding back opportunity in the United States, and especially just holding back the ability of people to make well-informed decisions. Certainly learners, but also policymakers, employers, institution leaders. Many of you in this room have been on the college scorecard. You can go to just about any Title IV higher ed institution in the country. You can look up a particular degree field and you'll see what typical earnings might be several years after someone starts college. But the reality is, it's not like everyone makes that wage, right? The wages people make are actually connected to the very particular jobs they have. A great example would be economics or history, right? Tiny percentage of those graduates work in a job that has economics or history in the title. They do lots of other jobs. And all those other jobs have their own unique wage characteristics. One of the big things that's missing at the national level, and especially in states, is that we have some information about earnings outcomes, but we actually don't know what jobs people have. There's not a state in America, not a single state in America, that can tell you the supply-demand gap for their higher education programs. There's not a single state in America that you can look at a particular degree program and institution and know the kinds of jobs that would be available. I don't mean anecdotally, but I mean the actual range of jobs. So this is a problem that needs to be solved. By the way, it's a job that Jason and his team at the U.S. Chamber Foundation have been doing great work on. It's called Enhanced Wage Records. It's going to be a big movement in the next few years. About 20 states working on this. Another great example is, I think everybody on this stage probably embraces the idea of multiple pathways to opportunity, right? We want to certainly support college degrees for sure, but we don't want a country where the only way to opportunity is a college degree. But if people are going to navigate to other options, they need good information to make decisions. I give you the example of the college scorecard. Again, for bachelor's degrees, there's no corollary to that for non-degree pathways. If you try to go find a certificate, a certification, and so forth, and try to get good information about employment outcomes, it's like a black hole, right? So these are just two really tangible examples. There's several others, but one of the keys to improving outcomes for individuals and to better meeting the talent needs of employers is we need to upgrade and modernize our education and employment data infrastructure, both at the national level and in states as well. Strata is working on this, and GFF and others are working on it, and thankfully the U.S. Chamber Foundation is working on it as well.
Thank you. Maria?
I totally agree with everything Stephen said, and I would add, like, when we think about things like the college scorecard or what that equivalent can be for non-degree pathways, how do we make the data actionable for workers and learners? Because as my older daughter, when she was applying to college, I tried to trot out, all the ROI data, and she was like, "Mom, who cares?" And so it's like, how do we tell the story and make the case in ways that really resonate with young people and their families, and how do we build that into robust education and career navigation systems?
Great. So I feel that's a good transition to start looking at kind of the bright spots. So we know that there are problems we need to contend with. There are some trends that are not moving in the right direction, but we know there's a lot of opportunity to address a lot of these problems. And I'm a big fan of building better. So where do you all see those bright spots, those opportunities where we as a collective, as an ecosystem, can make an impact? I think we started getting there with the data conversation. Like, some folks have some new ideas about how we might collect data smarter, better, faster, and make it more actionable. A lot of times we talk about the collection of all the data as supporting evidence-based policymaking, but I think that's changing. There's going to be a new paradigm. It's about how is data working for employers, how is data working for learners and workers, more actionable for them. And I think just earlier today, before Talent Forward kicked off, we had our digital transformation in learning and work event where Scott Pulsifer addressed the crowd at the end, gave us good inspiration. And prior to that, we had folks like Mike Rogers from the state of Arkansas talking about the new launch platform and just seeing all these new data tools and services being rolled out that aren't kind of pointing up towards policymakers who are trying to analyze the data and make high-stakes decisions, but really trying to flip the script, turn it upside down and saying, let's get this data in the hands of employers and individuals so they can make better decisions in the labor market as well as other decisions. So I think there's some bright spots there, but would like each of you to elaborate on kind of where you think the big opportunities are for this community and where we could take action and move forward with confidence. But Vicki, you want to start us off?
Yeah, well, I'll start off with telling a story, and I think hopefully it will resonate with all of you, is we have a pathway within GED through our employer program where if you are hired as an individual without your GED for an employer, the employer will fund you to earn your GED. So we'll assign an advisor for that learner, we'll assign study materials, a tutor, everything that learner needs to be successful, fully funded by the employer. And then in addition to that, we have what we're calling a technical apprentice program. And this is the story of Roger, who came from Mexico. And Roger came to the US, who had a high school diploma, actually had a college degree, but it didn't transition and transfer to the US. So he decided to get his GED, and he always wanted to go into a role in technology, but he had no idea how to do that. No one in his bloodline had gone into a technology role. They all had been frontline workers in manufacturing, and Roger wanted a career in technology. So he enrolled in our free technology program, completed it in record time, blew the scores all out, and then he was so fantastic that GED, as the employer, hired him. And so where the North Star is for us is how do we not only help individual learners earn their GED through employers and through adult educators, but then how can we help them in their transition into a career that they've always dreamed of but never had the pathway to get there and the know-how to get there as well. And so I think that's the bright star for me, is how do we do more of that, and not just in technology, but in healthcare. And we have a lot of learners that identify as wanting to go into healthcare. We have a lot of learners saying, I want to go into career paths, but I don't know where to start. And I think we have to be the starting point and then help them with the path to get there.
Terrific, terrific.
Yeah, can I jump in on Vicki's point here? If I were to say from an individual side, because I think we're always trying to connect, that's why I shared the talent economy. It's about individuals and workforce or employers. But from the individual side, I just want to emphasize probably the most important question an emerging adult can actually answer is, how do you see yourself contributing? Like, what is your vocational identity? And vocational identity is not the job you do. It's more about how do you see you leveraging the strengths, capabilities, aptitudes, whatever it is that you have. How do you see yourself contributing? Because if you answer that, if you ask yourself that question first, the answers to it are going to start leading to which pathway is the right one for me. What are the skills required for those opportunities to align with how you see yourself contributing? Like, you're going to start, at least from a Google Maps-like standpoint, to say you're going to start focusing on how do I develop the skills I need and what are the pathways available to me? And that's not often the questions they're asked by these rising high school graduates going into college. They're like, hey, where's the culture, the community, et cetera. They're not asking the question as it relates to what do you see yourself doing on the other side of that. From the workforce side of it, I certainly see things that are very encouraging, which is you do see a lot that are investing now in surfacing, in fact, skills that people have, whether it's through advancing industry certifications are really compelling, and certificates. Even an example that to us at WGU is that if you embed these industry-accepted certificates and credentials inside of the degree program, it dramatically increases their hiring and readiness for the job, because the workforce is already signaling that we see this credential or this certificate or this certification as the signal of proficiency that's needed for the job, and that is paramount to the degree or the academic credential you hold. And seeing that actually occurs means to us that the market is taking a more important role in, if you will, accrediting or valuing the pathways. And it's moving away from academic credentials towards workforce-aligned certifications. Like, that, to me, is really, really encouraging.
Yeah. I'm hearing a lot about like learner agency, empowerment, supporting them with navigation services. And it leads me to think about a lot of the work that folks are leading around learning and employment records and how we're trying to better document and capture learning skills, competencies, wherever they take place. So those navigation services could be even better, because they could be personalized, customized, based on real data and experience to really streamline that process. But Maria, I know JFF's been working on this, and WGU certainly been working on this in Indiana and other places. So we'd love for either of you to kind of expand just on how we can support learner agency and empowerment by better recognizing the skills and giving them the data about those skills so they can get those good personalized services.
Absolutely. So I think learner employment records is a fantastic way to start making this kind of interoperability and portability happen at scale. And I think and putting that in the context of what I do think is a huge opportunity at the moment, which is this movement that we are seeing towards like a skills-first economy. I think a lot of that conversation over the past couple of years has focused on the point of hire, right? We've heard over half of the governors have removed degree requirements for state jobs. We've seen action at the federal level, a lot of companies following suit. But to me, that's just the start. I think really moving towards skills-based advancement, having LERs that can really enable individuals and empower them to have that currency that they carry with them, I think is critically important. And then even reaching back into the schools, like how are we helping young people while they're in even middle school, high school, post-secondary, how they are understanding these are the skills that I am learning through this process. Because I see even with my own kids, like that connection doesn't always get made. And so how do we, if we're all like kind of agreeing that skills is the currency, how are we really making that clear and again, like actionable throughout the process?
Yeah, again, from the individual's perspective, having all the data that supports that learning and employment record, it actually supports the self-directed compassing. The idea that, again, the Google Maps reference is really valuable here, because if you're working on answering that question is like, how do you see yourself contributing to the world? That is a future point or destination. But the benefit now of the underpinning skills architecture says, well, the jobs that are in that field of what you want to do, here's what they're currently listed. These are the specific skills that have been identified for those roles. And then when you combine that with your own current skills map, you realize all the deficiencies or the gaps that exist between your current skills profile and what's needed for that job. So now you know all the skills that you have to acquire, but more importantly, it tells you here are all the different routes by which you can acquire those skills and actually receive the verification that you're proficient at that level. That's the same way as every one of us who've used Waze, Google Maps, or whatever. It says, hey, there are 5 different ways I can get from my place of work to my home. And it's going to tell you the one that's most efficient, it's the most affordable, it's the most aligned with those employers who are hiring that, et cetera. And said, now you have better information and to make better choices about what you do. Certainly on the employer side, it's just the inverse of that. It's like, oh, now I can better source all the talent wherever it exists. I can start evaluating their candidacy on the basis of their proficiency, not how well did you actually answer the questions that I'm going to answer you to see if you think like me, talk like me, look like me, whatever. All those biases that are in subjective interviewing processes, you start to eliminate those so you get much more of an equitable hiring and employment going on too. Now, I'll leave it to someone else to talk about what that looks like even as you're developing your people, because it has to apply there too. As you know, we know that at WGU, we very much focus on a 20 to 25% upward mobility. It's like, well, they have to know how they navigate to the jobs that they want to pursue at WGU. And so wherever they are, what do they need to do to get to where they want to be?
I want to build on Scott's points. I really like that. Was it vocational identity?
Vocational identity is how we talk about it. Like, yeah, how do you see yourself
Many years ago, I had this thought that if we could give people better information about employment outcomes, it would change their decisions. And the truth is it actually doesn't very much.
Yeah.
People will study what they like and what they're good at. But if someone has a sense of what they want to be or something that really ignites their passion, there's a role that we can play in helping them make some choices that help optimize their outcomes in that context. Yeah. It might be that, hey, yeah, go ahead and study French literature or English or whatever, but maybe you need to get a little data literacy as well, something that sort of helps connect to that first job.
Or there can be those series of variables by which you get to set the attribute range that you want to optimize for. So if you know you have to be economically self-reliant while also doing what you love, it's like, if there's a mismatch there to be like, all right, what are the variables that an individual can balance?
And I want to just mention 2 really critical sort of interventions that would help to improve outcomes, sort of building on this idea that Scott talked about. One is personalized education to career coaching. When particularly for younger people, even older people, when you're growing up, you're so influenced by what's around you. Like the kids that grow up in an affluent, well-educated family, they get most of what they need to know about education and career kind of at the dinner table. But for kids that are growing up in a more higher poverty, lower literacy environment, the role of school, the role of college coaches, if you will, mentors, whatever you want to call it, absolutely essential. Because even though everything is available at our fingertips on the web, if you don't really see that as a possibility in your world, it's hard to think about how to get from point A to point B. That's an investment we really need to be making in both high schools and in colleges. The second thing I would mention, I think everyone would agree, work-based learning opportunities like paid internships or apprenticeships in a more intense way. Wonderful opportunities to help connect people to the world of work, not only to increase the chances that they get a good job after they complete whatever program they're in, but also figuring out if that's even what they actually want to do before they make that high stakes decision to move across the country for the first full-time job after college or after a program.
Great, great. I think a big takeaway for me that I want to share with the audience is, in many respects, this whole topic of data, it's one of our big weaknesses, but it's arguably one of the best opportunities we have going forward. So I want to now transition to more of a conversation around what each of your respective organizations are going to do to really advance some of these solutions. What is your contribution to this community, and where do you plan to take action? What does success look like for you? And Maria, maybe I'll start with you. I'm not sure how the proper characterization of this is a campaign or an organizing framework, but maybe you could talk to us a little bit about no dead ends. Sure. And what that means for JFF and how you all are going to be applying yourselves in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a overarching policy agenda that is framed as no dead ends. So it's a set of policy recommendations for the federal and the state level, really designed to ensure that individuals don't really end up in dead ends in work, in learning, or life. And it really cuts across education, workforce, Commerce Department issues, and so forth. And we really see this as a way to bring a lot of the kind of siloed conversations together, and truly believe that it is a set of recommendations that can have strong bipartisan support, because if at the end of the day, we really want this to tie back up to our North Star around, more people in quality jobs. So I encourage folks to check that out. We recently launched our 75 Million Network, which is a way for individuals and organizations to kind of join forces with us, folks who are aligned with our North Star. So I encourage you to check that out as well. And I would just say, we do all of our work through partnerships. And I know I think later this afternoon, you're going to be hearing from the Caterpillar Foundation. For example, we work with them to really help expand talent pools in the skill and industrial trades. We're looking at really designing and scaling apprenticeship degrees in 3 regions of the country, for example. So it builds on JFF's longtime work in the apprenticeship and work-based learning space, and Caterpillar's longtime work in career academies and dual enrollment and others. Because I really believe that the issues that we are tackling are so complex that none of us can do it alone. So I think it's a great time for folks to really think about, how do we all play to our strengths? How do we partner in new ways? I think Scott's example of embedding industry-recognized credentials into degrees is another example of that, right? Like how it's not either or, but how do we combine strategies and approaches in ways that can help the most learners and workers?
Great. Vicki, if I could come back to you. GED Testing Service, Pearson, you all have tremendous capacity and the ability to reach a lot of learners and workers to make a difference. Mm-hmm. What should we all be looking towards in terms of the future, how you all are going to be applying yourselves, what we can expect, and how we can help you?
Yeah, so our commitment is, how do we get with more employers that want to invest in their employees, either their current employees or future employees. And so our goals are, how do we get with every single enterprise out there to not only help them recruit talent, which could be a GED learner, it could be a GED grad. Just a fun fact about the GED learner is the #1 reason a GED learner doesn't take their GED is fear of failure. And the reason fear of failure holds them back is because they may have been bullied, they may have had depression, anxiety, they may have had a life tragedy that held them back from education, and so they're embarrassed. And the #1 reason they earn their GED is to make their family and friends proud. And what makes them more proud is when they land with an employer, again, that wants to invest in them as an individual to help them earn their GED and then onto a career pathway. So our commitment is to work with as many employers as we can to work with us. And then once the employee and the learner is employed, how do we help identify what are the skills and the abilities that they do have? Because if you ask most learners, what are you good at? Everyone kind of stops and is a blank stare for a little bit. I think I'm good at certain things, but we want to validate, here's the skills and the abilities that you have. And oh, by the way, the #1 trait a GED learner has is grit. They have the ability to figure things out and problem solving. And how many employers don't want good problem solvers in every single position? And so it's setting the stage as to, here's the skills and the abilities that you do have. Here's the ones that you need to get to where you're going, and how do we help map that exact pathway for that learner so we make it easy. We don't talk about it being easy, we actually make it easy for them to get to the next step in their career.
Thank you. Stephen, maybe we could go to you next. What should we expect from Strada Education Foundation going forward?
Well, Jason, as we think about how to bring all these ideas to life, we see a very important role for state policymakers relative to public higher education, relative to workforce investment boards and the like. And one of the things that we've done and we've really committed to do for years to come is to take all of the research that's out there on connecting education and opportunity, both that we've done, but in particular what others have done as well, and kind of roll that together into sort of several keys to opportunity, if you will, really 5 keys to opportunity. And then what we did last year, and we're going to do this every year going forward, we created something called the State Opportunity Index. And we actually analyzed all 50 states on how well they are positioning individuals to have pathways to opportunity, as well as states to meet the workforce talent needs of employers as well. You can see this online today. It focuses on 5 big areas. The first is clear outcomes. It's all about the education employment data systems we talked about. Quality education to career coaching. Third is affordability. Fourth is work-based learning opportunities like paid internships and apprenticeships. And fifth is employer alignment. All of these things have a very strong level of alignment with no dead ends, with JFF's work. They're all bipartisan, and the very small part of America right now, things you could actually get bipartisan support for. And in addition to publishing this every year, we're going to be putting out case studies on states that are leading in different areas. We're going to be developing policy solutions that states can adopt that may be helpful to sort of go faster. And we're going to be publishing really quality, actionable research that can help institution leaders, policymakers, employers, and others to make progress in these areas.
That's terrific. Thank you. And Scott, from WGU's perspective, how do you see your institution's role in kind of moving the ball forward on addressing some of these big workforce challenges?
You know, WGU, our mission statement is maybe the best signal of how we see our contribution to this, because it's fundamentally about changing lives for the better by creating pathways to opportunity. You'll note in that mission statement, education's not included in that. And so I think even WGU is at this inflection point from reinventing an institution of higher education, where that core university provided us a foundation for expanding into a portfolio of enabling solutions and technology to advance talent and connect talent with opportunity. And so there's a number of things that I think are important that we're doing out there. One is that this commitment to the skills architecture. That's why we're investing in the collaboration that's needed to establish the standards and practices and communication protocols, et cetera, to ensure that, in fact, the talent supply chain that I referenced in a previous conversation, that it actually becomes digitized. The most important supply chain, if you will, that exists in our economy, like investing in our own achievement wallet, investing in our rich skills descriptors, ensuring that all learning outcomes are in skills language rather than course language, academic language, that they're in skills language. Other key examples I think we're recognizing is that individuals acquire that competency in a variety of different ways, and what are the ways in which we can invest at WGU to advance the adoption and scaling of those. Simple examples I would highlight among many, our investment in developing and expanding the portfolio of what are certificates or micro-credentials. They're a sub-degree. They certainly are stackable. There's plenty of evidence, by the way, that individuals that achieve a certificate, they're more prone and more likely to actually achieve the next certificate, advancing to a degree completion in the future, et cetera. But we know that these are needed for the next opportunity, that even degreed individuals in the workforce are needing to ensure they're upskilling for that. We think that within another 5 to 7 years, we'll have as many people being enrolled and served through our micro-credential portfolio as we do in our degree portfolio. The third one I maybe mention is that our investments and our effort now to scale an ecosystem platform for enabling work-based learning, or in some ways it's about credentialing work, because there are already, there's 100 million individuals who don't have a post-secondary credential that are already gaining knowledge, skill, and ability through work, but they're not being awarded any of the credentials that would put them on par with those who do hold credentials. And so I think that's our investment in craft education and our commitment to ensuring that work-based, apprentice-based, project-based, that those are very viable and rapidly scaling pathways by which individuals can develop the skills they need. At the same time, how employers can be employing a grow your own kind of approach to solving their skills gaps. Like, you already have all the individuals who have all the capacity to develop those skills. You just aren't investing in the pathways of that development the way that we can be a partner in that endeavor. And so that's maybe a third way that I'd highlight that WG is committed to this. Great.
I'm hearing a lot about, better recognition of learning and skills, better, more personalized navigation services, more pathways with alternative credentialing opportunities and better outcomes, and how all your organizations are really kind of contributing towards this future for learners and workers. Something I want to ask of all of you. I mean, here we are in the hallowed halls of the U.S. Chamber. Where do you see the business community better supporting your efforts? Like, what do we need to do more of? Or what do we need to do differently so you all could be successful in what you are trying to do with respect to your organization's priorities? Anyone could go first.
Jason, I would just offer, I think there's a huge role for the employer community in this next phase, particularly as we focus more on outcomes beyond completion. While a lot of that is going to be about outcomes for individuals, the same things that will help improve outcomes for individuals will almost invariably help improve employment talent pipelines for companies and employers as well, right? So I think there's a real role for them. Employers, to me, were not super engaged in the last big sort of educational attainment push. They were, maybe directionally supportive in a soft way. I think there's an opportunity for state chambers, of course the national chamber is already playing a leadership role here, but for state chambers, regional chambers, economic development organizations, business councils to really get involved and recognize that while there's a lot of things that they can do and individual institutions can do, there's a public policy environment, a set of changes we can make in the public policy environment that would help to accelerate all of these things for the future for our mutual benefit. I think we're going to see them do that, and I think it's going to be one of the reasons why this next phase is going to be so exciting and powerful, and why we're going to make so much progress is it's not just going to be higher education. I think it's going to be higher education and employers working together.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll build on that. I think two things I would mention. One is, I think we just need to continue to hear the employer voice, the voice of the employer, and whether that is at the regional level, the state level, the federal level. And I think particularly at this moment where we're seeing kind of a fundamental rethinking of the role of the federal government, like whatever we may think of that, I really think hearing from businesses, what do you think the role of the public and the private sector should be when it comes to workforce development? Because I think, to me, we run the risk of there being a scenario saying, oh, employers, you got it, just like do it all yourselves. And my sense is that's not what a lot of employers want the answer to be. So what is that ideal system that you would like to see, and how can we mobilize together to make that a reality? And then from a JFF perspective, I just want to call your attention to our impact employer framework, which really lays out a lot of very actionable items that employers can embrace to really develop a worker-centered approach to their business. And we have an Impact Employer Summit every year. The next one is in June in New Orleans. And so we would love to engage you in that effort as well.
We'll be there. And we're just about out of time, but Vicki, Scott, any quick reactions on where the business community can show up and be a better partner?
Yeah, I could do it in a minute, and it's pretty easy, is that, again, 30 million adults are walking around without a high school diploma, and lots of employers need people. And so my ask would be that look at people maybe that you haven't hired in the past, maybe not look at the book by its cover, but look at the opportunity to invest in a learner that needs it now more than ever.
Thank you. Scott, final words?
Yeah, I'll just, this may seem theoretical, but I think it's reality. The more you can move from a subjective model of talent acquisition and development to an objective model of talent acquisition and development, let data continue to inform how you're actually identifying and sourcing talent, acquiring that talent, developing that talent. The more we can do to actually remove bias from subjective processes and move to objective processes, we'll actually get the rich, vibrant workforce that we need for our future.
Well, thank you. And this panel conversation will be featured on our YouTube page in early April. So if you want to re-engage this conversation, that will be available to you. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank our panelists. Thank you.
did it, Rita. I did it. I passed.
Please welcome Catherine Carroll, Chair of the Caterpillar Foundation Board of Directors and Senior Vice President of Caterpillar. Please welcome Catherine Carroll, Chair of the Caterpillar Foundation Board of Directors and Senior Vice President of Caterpillar. Please welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here with the U.S. Chamber Foundation and to be a part of this special two-day Talent Forward program. I'm Catherine Carroll, and as the announcer said, I have the distinct pleasure of being the chairperson for the Caterpillar Foundation, as well as Senior Vice President for Caterpillar. So it is a great honor to be here today and share some of our stories of what the Caterpillar Foundation is doing. Our mission is to help build resilient communities by investing in the skills that people need to join the modern workforce and the natural infrastructure upon which we all rely. As you've heard today, core to community resilience is ensuring that the next generation of talent has the skills necessary to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Caterpillar Foundation helps prepare communities for the future of work by shaping programs focused on STEM, education, vocational training, and digital upskilling. Through this, the Foundation's goal is to enable greater economic security and mobility for people, their families, and communities. We heard from the panel just prior to myself, so what are the challenges? There are so many challenges. And some of them are related to the workforce development landscape and how that's evolving. Indeed, technology is challenging, industries are shifting, and demand for skilled workers is growing. One of Caterpillar Foundation's grantees, the Manufacturing Institute, recently issued a report with Deloitte that laid out how these challenges are impacting the manufacturing sector in particular. Of course, Caterpillar is very interested in the manufacturing sector. The report stated that the U.S. may fall short 1.9 million manufacturing workers by 2033, 1.9 million workers, while 3.8 million manufacturing positions will open between now and then. Nearly half could go unfilled. And 65% of employers surveyed in the report stated that attracting and retaining talent is their primary business challenge. So the obstacles facing employees and learners are vast. Depending on where you look, the talent pipeline lacks awareness, interest, or access to training and education needed to seize these opportunities. Manufacturers, for example, are expected to increasingly seek expertise in digital skills like automation, data science, and software development, as well as higher skilled production roles such as machinist and electromechanical assemblers, if you even know what that is. Who is sparking this interest in young people to explore these topics and pursue these careers? Do they view jobs in manufacturing as dirty, or do they view them as cutting edge? And what about the human element or proverbial soft skills that are often overlooked in this conversation on the future of work? While educators and employers can upskill around a given technology, it takes intellectual curiosity and emotional intelligence to fully realize the potential of its application. Manufacturing is just one industry, but many will be impacted as communities and the demands on their workforces evolve over the next decade. So how do communities meet the demands of today while preparing for what is to come? And we see these as opportunities at Caterpillar and the Caterpillar Foundation. Rather than seeing this as a challenge, Through our grantees, we are helping build a future-ready workforce that is prepared for high-demand careers. Today, I'd like to share 3 stories of this work. You just heard from Maria Flynn, President and CEO at Jobs for the Future, JFF, another grantee of the Caterpillar Foundation. And Maria, thank you for doing a great call out for the Caterpillar Foundation on the panel. JFF is an excellent example of an organization that's on the ground with students, developing new pathways that combine education with hands-on training for actual careers. With Caterpillar Foundation support, JFF is launching transformative initiatives to address the industrial trades talent shortfall in Tucson, Arizona, Athens, Georgia, and the Triangle region of North Carolina. In this program, JFF will bring together cross-sector leaders from the 3 regions to implement innovative solutions that help address the talent gaps in their communities. The focus will be on integrating dual enrollment and youth apprenticeship programs to develop apprenticeship degrees. You heard this from Maria. This work-based learning can then be coupled with academic learning that leads to post-secondary degrees. Through this initiative, the Caterpillar Foundation and JFF aim to create robust community talent pools, enhanced educational outcomes, and provide clear pathways to professional advancement and economic mobility for entry-level workers. This is just one example of how the Caterpillar Foundation is meeting the moment, but challenges can differ from community to community and sometimes require different kinds of solutions. For example, in South Africa, the Caterpillar Foundation helps close the youth unemployment gap by supporting We Think Code, a software development training academy that recruits sharp young minds from underserved communities and trains them to become work-ready software developers. Thanks to the grants provided by Caterpillar Foundation, nearly 400 We Think Code participants in South Africa completed specialized elective courses related to software development, and over 80 graduates have been placed in jobs. We Think Code's learning approach prepares youth for the future of work by combining theoretical lessons with hands-on practical experience in a safe-to-fail environment. Their method equips leaders and learners with the skills necessary to make meaningful contributions to a software development team from day 1 of their hire. And lastly, right here in the U.S., Caterpillar Foundation supports Learning Undefeated, an organization that is helping inspire future-ready workers by grounding STEM learning in the power of play. As we speak, Learning Undefeated's mobile STEM lab is traveling to high schools and parking lots in their high schools throughout Texas, introducing students to a real-world manufacturing set of concepts via an immersive, escape room-style learning experience that is both standards-aligned and fun. This program, entitled Manufacturing Your Path, allows students to explore the world of high-paying and high-demand careers that includes everything from welding to data analytics to robotics. What excites me and my team the most about this program is that it will create a ripple effect. It will spark curiosity in the students who participate, and it will equip teachers with the tools to continue this impact long after the mobile lab leaves their schools. So what have we learned? To close community skills gaps, future workers need to know that a given training program exists and that it connects directly to a real-world opportunity to advance their life, their careers, their families. In addition, educators, employers, and funders alike need to meet learners where they are. Even the best designed programs will fail if potential participants cannot access the training, whether that be due to costs, transportation, or childcare. The program with We Think Code in South Africa, for example, provides this type of wraparound support. And lastly, and the panel talked about this, there is no single lever that a funder like Caterpillar Foundation can pull to prepare communities for the future of work. The solutions take place across multiple intervention points in one's learning and career journey, and often require a community-wide approach. No organization can do this alone. This work requires collaboration with non-for-profits, educators, and industry leaders to ensure we can meet real-world demands with a skilled talent pipeline. Think about 1.9 million opportunities. The future of work is being built right now. It's being built in classrooms, training centers, on the job, and in one really cool STEM lab in Texas. On behalf of the Caterpillar Foundation, thank you for helping build a more resilient world. Together, we can ensure that communities have the skills they need to power progress. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we're back at the Gamechanger desk. I am here with three very familiar people that you just saw, Vicki, Stephen, Jason. Okay, so we talked about the meaning of a job. We talked about the workforce landscape. We even talked about the data gap when talking about those things. So what I want to do is kind of go high level. Vicki, I'll start with you. Both you and Stephen's organizations strategically invest in creating opportunities or pathways to opportunity. So I guess broadly speaking, what should we be thinking about when we talk about creating opportunity?
Yeah, well, and opportunity can mean a lot of things to different people, right? So someone born in a certain zip code, someone born into a house that doesn't value education the way that we would want them to, can really define what opportunity means for everyone. And so when I think about opportunity, it's how can every one of us as leaders of organizations, as individuals who have been born into the right zip code, how can we create opportunities for those that don't have it? How can we untap talent on individuals that don't realize their talent? There's so many learners out there. There's so many students out there that really don't understand what they're good at. They don't understand how to get the help that they need, and they don't understand how to start a career pathway. And so when I think of opportunities, is how can we each do more as employers, as leaders, and just as humans to help others that need help on a path to an opportunity?
Sure. Steve?
I think there's 5 big things we can do to help ensure everyone in America has a pathway to opportunity. The first one is to ensure everyone has access to clear outcomes information for all available programs to them. Secondly, ensuring they have quality, personalized education to career coaching. Third, ensuring that those program opportunities are affordable no matter where someone came from. Fourth, providing access to work-based learning opportunities like paid internships. And finally, fifth is employer alignment, ensuring that everyone has access to programs that lead to high demand, high wage jobs. If we do those 5 things, we will revitalize the American dream in this country.
That's right. And Jason, so you had a big hand in putting this program together, thinking about workforce. So what should folks be walking away from Talent Forward? In a couple of days, what should they be walking away with?
Yeah, just a few observations I have is just, per the panel's conversation, data is going to be increasingly important, but it's arguably where we need to do the most amount of work. And the good news there is this is doable, but it's going to take collective action. We're going to have a national data infrastructure. That doesn't necessarily mean federal. It's going to be public-private, but this is something that we need to get to work on because we know data is necessary to facilitate pathways, and it's also necessary to know that these pathways have been successful in delivering the outcomes we want them to deliver. Another thing that really stood out to me is states are going to be where a lot of the action's at, and states are going to be the laboratories of innovation in this space. So the more we can engage state and sub-state infrastructure, whether it's state government, state chambers of commerce, that's where I think we're going to see a lot of solutions percolate up. And then the third point that I'm walking away with is, employer engagement, high quality employer engagement, authentic employer engagement. That's not a nice to have, that's a necessary to have going forward if we're going to try to facilitate the outcomes that we discussed in our panel.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okay, we're off and running for Talent Forward 2025. Thank the 3 of you. And we're going to take a break. We want everybody back at 2:20.
Please welcome Stephen White, Chief Strategy Officer, Vice President of Partnerships and Business Development, and General Counsel at COSI for this momentum moment.
All right. Who's ready to keep this rolling, this conference going? Who's excited? We're going to do something fun, mix it up a little bit. My name is Stephen White. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer over at COSI, Center of Science and Industry. And I'm here to talk a little bit about three things I want you to take away for today. We're going to talk a little bit about a challenge that you've heard of already this morning, and we're going to expound on that a little bit. Then we're going to talk about a potential solution, and then, yes, we're going to do a little bit of some fun science and a rocket activity. Hope you guys all love rockets, but we're going to kick things off in a fun way. And before I do that, a little bit about me and who I am. So I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. I oversee partnerships and strategy for COSI. Part of my job is I really get a chance to engage, fuel excitement in young people to pursue STEM career pathways. It's near and dear to my heart because I'm a first-generation college student, grew up, first person in my college family to go to college, went to The Ohio State University, go Bucks, OH, nice, love it. Got a couple degrees there, my law degree from Ohio State, went on to extend my learning over at Harvard, and then I spent about 10 years working in the United States Senate, and now I'm at COSI doing the work of the people to help people dream more, do more, and become more. So COSI, we're a nonprofit, National Science Center based in Columbus, Ohio. This is our physical building. It is 320,000 square feet, over 3 football fields long, or fun fact of the day, 3 international space stations long, believe it or not. And we do work all over, and we do so through the lens of hands-on engagement, like our Learning Lunchbox Kit. These are free workforce STEM kits that we give out all over the country, and actually, you have a chance to grab one here today. I encourage you to take one. 10 activities, 10 hours of content, 5 activities around a particular theme, and we do so by passing these out in rural and inner cities alike, like food banks, helping to feed hungry lives and feed hungry minds, meeting people so that way we can deliver STEM where they live, where they learn, and where they lounge. So take a look at that kit. If you get excited about it, please reach out, let me know. But we also do other things, like our creative media, for example, like our Dr. BN3 video that we've won over 9 Emmys for the work that we've done over the last 3 years on fueling and integrate that into the STEM learning ecosystem that we have. We were honored to receive the medal from the White House a couple of years ago for this critical work. But what's the work we're talking about? Well, it's the challenge we have around what I call the leaky pipeline. So we heard earlier today that every year, every grade school around, we see roughly about 3.9 per grade level in school at the middle school level. Now, by the time you get to graduation, that number drops down to roughly about 3.8. So we're losing some folks in that leaky pipeline even before they get to graduate from high school. So let's extend that a little bit further. We've got the trades in 2 years, which, by the way, are also STEM-related career pathways, which is great, but that number is only 510,000. Extended even further, you've got roughly 1.9 million for the 4-year, going into a 4-year degree, and here's the kicker. 180,000 that are coming out from that 3.9 that we see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leaky pipeline that we see. So at COSI, what we try to do is fuel folks back into that pipeline, but a recognition that focusing on the here and now is not enough, right? I would submit to you that starting early at the middle school level and the high school level is really how we stop the leaky pipeline from happening in the first place. So what's a potential solution on how we do that? Well, I like to use the metaphor of a bee, because I think the bee is one of Mother Nature's most powerful workforce development experts. If you look at the bee, whether it's the scout that goes out to fuel the nectar, the builder that builds the hive, or perhaps the nurse that helps build the future bees, they all work together. They work together in partnerships, together as a hive, not just internally, but externally, through partnerships like, yes, the flower. And it turns out, 4 years ago, I made a discovery through research and evaluation that there are three things that we can do to help solve the leaky pipeline. All I did was create a construct around what that looks like. We call it the Hive workforce effect. The first thing you can do, get that youth, those children, that middle schooler, that high schooler to believe, change their disposition. Get them to believe that they can pursue that career pathway. Number two, if you can get them to build it, give them the knowledge. This is the textbook stuff, right, around that particular career pathway. And then you give them the skill. You help them become it. And if you can do those three things, the research tells us that they're going to take an action. Maybe that student decides to go to talk to the guidance counselor, talk to mom and dad. Maybe they decide to go into that particular career pathway. But there's a secret elixir. There's some secret sauce. You could do all those three things, but if you don't make it fun, you don't make it engaging, you're not likely to help move that needle. I'll use the example of NASA. I love NASA because it's easy for people to relate to, people understand it, and all you have to do to relate to it is, frankly, just look up at the sky. If you wanted to inspire a young girl, let's call her Sue. She lives in Philadelphia, and you wanted to get her to pursue a career in space, like welding, for example. Not necessarily an astronaut, but become a welder that builds the rocket. One of the things you would want to do is you would want to connect her, that middle schooler, to have her see people that look like her who are also doing the welding. And so she says, wow, if she can do it, I can do it. And then maybe that knowledge might be explaining to her heat transfer between the two pieces of metal. And then that skill might be, turns out when you're doing welding, the angle at which you use that particular weld is critically important. And so maybe you can teach her that through augmented reality, through hands-on experiences, through a computer simulation. And if you do those three things, then Sue might say, wow, I want to go to my guidance counselor, I want to pursue that credential, I want to talk to mom and dad about that career pathway in welding, or yes, I want to pursue that career pathway. So you got to make it fun, you got to make it engaging, and it looks like this, right? Make it fun, create those aha moments, those wow moments, and that's what we do at COSI. And whether you just got back from the International Space Station, literally, and we're doing an event here in Washington, D.C., or you're doing it, maybe you're a young girl and you're being excited. And fun fact here, did this distribution event where we passed out the learning lunchboxes to her, and I walked up to her and I said, you're a future astronaut, you're a future welder. And she said, no, Mr. White, I am an astronaut, I am a welder. And I said, oh, I stand corrected. Okay? Doing things like this at the Statue of Liberty, exposing middle schoolers and young people to what these career pathways can be. But if you still don't believe me, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one particular example that we can do here before I call up the volunteers, and I'm going to use the example of NASA. I love keeping going back to NASA because, again, it's easy to understand for people to connect to. So I want to talk about the Artemis rocket. The Artemis rocket, if you look at this rocket, it launches from Kennedy Space Center, okay? And NASA realized that this is the most powerful rocket that we launch into space. And it's so powerful that it's extremely loud. And it's so loud that the astronauts that sit at the very top, that's just off the screen there, that it hurts their ears and it hurts the computer system. And so when NASA engineers decided to do this, they said, we got to fix the problem. And the way you fix it is we need to muffle the sound. And so what they do is they use water to help muffle the sound. Now, what happens when you mix something that's water and hot? Well, you create a big cloud. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to create a cloud for you right here at this conference, in this room, and I need 4 volunteers. Can I grab you 4 right over here? Can you come on up? I'm just going to pick the first 4 volunteers, come on up, and we're going to make our own cloud, but I'm going to need everybody's help to do this. And we're going to do this in a way that I want you to think about if we were doing this at a middle school, at a YMCA, at a Boys and Girls Club, and I've just engaged you and these middle school students around changing their disposition, giving them a little bit of knowledge and giving them a little bit of skill, but I want to create that wow moment, that uniqueness that gets them accelerated, that gets them excited, that makes it fun. So, volunteers, if you could grab your eye protection, because safety first. And then I'm going to need everybody's help to pull this off, and I want us to see this in action. I want you all to see this in action. And so we're going to do this together. And as we do this and show you this in action, I want you to look at the screens to the side. We're going to be showing off how this happens in real time, and you're going to see the water hitting the bottom of the rocket on the sides of the screen in real time, and that's what happens at Kennedy Space Center. They take that water, they spray it onto the rocket, and you'll see that. So, are y'all ready? Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, real quick, science fun fact of the day. We're going to be using dry ice to make our cloud. Okay, dry ice is -100 plus -100 degrees, and what's cool about dry ice is that instead of jumping to a solid, to a liquid and a gas, it jumps a state called sublimation, and it goes directly from a solid to a gas. All we're doing is we're accelerating it with a little bit of hot water. All right, so let's do from a countdown from 5, and then if we can have everyone count down to 0, then we'll pour, and then we'll show this off and make it a little bit of fun. Ready? Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pour, 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 pour. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Make it fun, make it exciting. Round of applause for our volunteers. So as you think about closing and stopping that leaky pipeline, I challenge you today, that hive effect, work together, industry, education, students alike, working together to help bridge that gap at the earliest level, starting in middle school and high school. And if you're interested in partnering, make sure you grab a learning lunchbox on the way out. Let's get to work. Thank you. Yeah, great, thank you. Awesome.
Please welcome Aaron Olson from Aon, Kathleen Delasky from Education Design Lab, and Stuart Andreason from Burning Glass Institute, in conversation with Ian Wilhelm from the Chronicle of Higher Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. That will be a hard act to follow. Someone was just asking us if we're going to have some rockets to play with, but I doubt it, but we'll definitely keep this an explosive conversation or so. I'm Ian Wilhelm, a Deputy Managing Editor with the Chronicle of Higher Education. Welcome to Talent Forward, and thanks to the Chamber for pulling us together today. The Chronicle, for those who are unfamiliar with it, is a publication that writes about colleges and universities. Obviously, there are many headlines today, but beyond just sort of the politics of the moment, we're thinking about the larger shifts that we're talking about today when it comes to the student workforce, the workforce that the students are going to be entering into, and how well institutions are preparing them. One thing that we've done for the first time in the Chronicle's almost 60 years of existence is we pulled together an online focus group of learners who actually had chosen paths outside of higher education. These are folks who decide not to join a degree-seeking, whether it's 2-year or 4-year program, but instead chose career education or chose something like apprenticeships, pathways outside of what we traditionally cover. And we want to learn from them a little bit about what they are thinking about how higher education needs to change and how the experience and what society is sort of teaching them about what the value is of education. And I want to quote from one of them now because I think it's a really important point as we have this conversation about alternative pathways. It's a quote here. I believe experience has more of an impact on your work, but a lot of companies favor higher education instead, which was a big challenge. So showing I know how to use the tech and apply the basics is key to me. This was a learner who we identified as Grace, who's 24, and pursuing a project management certification in New York. And at the Chronicle, we'll be diving into her comments, thanks in part to support from some foundations, including Ascendium as well as Strata, to kind of better understand what colleges need to do to change, as Scott Pulsifer was talking a little bit about from WGU, about how to add other ways and other pathways beyond the degree in order to make sure the workforce is getting the skills it needs and learners are finding the jobs that they need to. So we're going to open up this panel here and start talking about what these pathways look like, what they can be, how we sort of fill the gaps in them, how do we potentially scale them, and ultimately try and find, help Americans like Grace find a way into the workforce in a way that makes sense for her and her friends and her peers. So I'll let my panel introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about your perspective on this issue in terms of where your organization is and how you focus on it. And Stuart, I'll start with you down there.
Hey everyone, I'm really happy to be here. I'm Stuart Andresen. I work at the Burning Glass Institute, and we're a nonprofit data experimentation laboratory where we spend a lot of time thinking about how we can organize information on the labor market, information about how people are moving through the labor market and education to open up greater opportunity and connect people to meaningful work. I'll pause there. We spend a lot of time thinking about how you can take a lot of the things that we heard about in the opening panel, how you organize data differently, make public data public to inform how people can connect to meaningful education that connects them to meaningful work.
Thanks, Stuart. I definitely want to mention that we'll have some big ideas here, but yes, we want to be in practice here. We want to talk about some practical things. I know all the panelists will do that. Kathleen, why don't you go next?
So, Kathleen Delaski, I am the founder of the Education Design Lab, which I started about 12 years ago, really to help colleges be their own disruptors around thinking about exactly the topic of this panel. How do we think about other alternative pathways when you look at the fact that 62% of American adults do not have a four-year degree, and yet we tell everyone that you need a degree to get a good job. We really wanted to look at what are the unmet needs of the folks, of the majority, what we call new majority of learners. What are the unmet needs that could be addressed for them to achieve lives of meaning and careers towards economic sustainability. And it, really, what we need to think about, and what I've been pushing, and I actually finished my time as CEO of the lab and have now just come out with a book called Who Needs College Anymore? And while some in higher ed say, well, that's provocative, the point of the book really is to say, college needs to be an umbrella for multiple paths to adultification and economic success. And a degree can be one of those offerings, but all the things we've been talking about today, apprenticeships, short-term certificates, even programs like, nonprofit programs like Year Up, need to be on that spectrum. And our belief is that colleges should be offering these things. So in other words, it should all be in the family of the institution, that we currently call college.
Kathleen, I appreciate that, your point about sort of the broader definition of the word college and whether we can get there as a society and certainly as a publication that writes about this. I'm really excited by the idea of having a broader umbrella to kind of cover that. Aaron, why don't you go next?
Yep, thank you. So appreciate the chance to be here. I'm Aaron Olson. I am the Executive Vice President at Aon. If you don't know Aon, we are a professional services firm. We have 60,000 employees in 128 countries, and we really focus on advising other organizations on two topics, risk capital and human capital. And so really here today on the panel, I'm going to represent an employer's perspective. I've been with the firm for 26 years, coming up on 27. A large portion of that period in my career, I was worked my way up through the human resources organization. And at the end of that part of my career in the firm, I was our chief talent officer. So I spent a lot of time on how do we actually attract, how do we retain, where do we recruit, and how do we develop our colleagues. For the last 6 years, I moved out of that kind of work. I've now been responsible for 6 years for corporate strategy for the firm. And what I do today is I act as an executive sponsor of our work in this category. And in particular, what we call just university and education partnerships. And so when we get farther into the panel here, I'll talk a bit about what those are. But we really, as our employer ourselves, like to act in a way consistent with the entire theme of this conference, which is how do we actually broaden and diversify the pathways into our own organization, but also as an advocate. Because really our business is about working with other organizations, and so that gives us a great platform to advocate for things that we really believe in. And I think, and one of those is absolutely this idea that we need to broaden the pathways into careers and think more creatively about how to actually access talent.
So I want to dig into this question of what we define alternative pathways as. It's a bit of like, I know it when I see it. And I think I also want to be careful about framing it solely as it's outside of higher education. As we talk about it, it doesn't mean it may be opposite of the degree seeking, but there are obviously opportunities within colleges as well and working with colleges for sure. So I want to hear a little bit from Kathleen. I'll start with you about how you define these broader pathways that we're talking about. What do you lump under there? What are you thinking about? You've mentioned a couple already, but I'm curious about how you define it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would define, obviously the word quality has to underpin any of the pathways that we're talking about. But any pathway that allows someone to gain either adultification, but hopefully so I should say not and or, but and, yes and, adultification if they're of that age, and a pathway to at least a medium wage that affords them an agility and a flexibility to upskill themselves and have the agency to upskill themselves throughout their working lives, because that, as we've discussed, will become more and more important. So, that's sort of a working definition that we're using. And some of those things might be inside of an institution, and some of them might be an employer offered, and others might be nonprofit or even a commercial, an organization like Coursera, which is both offering independent certificates and partnering with companies and colleges to offer an array of, unbundled packages of learning.
Stuart, how do you respond to the questions of how do you define it, and where do you see the most opportunity perhaps when it comes to broadening pathways?
Well, I think one thing that we want to do is, even the language that we use around pathways is really difficult. We talk about pathways and you immediately think you're going to hit a fork in the road. You're going to choose one thing versus another. People talk about lattices, but I actually think it's a much more complex game. You can think about, you make certain moves in a chess game, and that's, there's ways to start that, and it feels like a nice way to start. Doesn't mean that you may have kind of certain success going one way or another. You can always kind of walk back and redo those. As we think about what that means when you think about work and educational experiences after high school, they're much more complex. So we say alternative pathways in post-secondary. People are getting credentials and non-degree certifications integrated in degree programs. This is stuff that EDL is really, really kind of sophisticated and built in, looking at what some of those pathways look like. Do they lead to degrees? Do they not? How do people do that on the job? So we're starting to see people earn degrees as part of their job. We want to think about those blends. I think that the challenge is how we raise the awareness of those to greater numbers of learners. We also need to raise the awareness for learners that a degree might come in different ways. So what might look at the end of an experience like a traditional experience may be very different. We heard about what WGU is doing, competency-based education that's self-paced. That ends in what we would think of as a traditional degree, but it's not a traditional experience. So we want to, let's embrace the complexity. Let's think about this as more than a either or situation. And we need to help people understand and be aware of the things that they don't know about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and in part because the learners that we spoke to who had, again, chosen a different pathway from the degree certainly didn't see it as a moment, as you said, a chess move, a fork in the road, and they went one direction or the other. It's a swirl. They make choices. They go back. They think about perhaps a degree in the future. So to your point, it isn't just one moment in time. And to your point about semantics as well, I'm not sure I love the phrase alternative pathway because it's defining about what it isn't, as opposed to, I think, Aaron, you were saying just broadening. We're just talking about broadening, and I think that's a better way of thinking about it. So, Aaron, from an employer's perspective, how do you think about this broadening of pathways and opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's this point about raising awareness, and I think one person's alternative is another person's lived experience, and one person's traditional is another person's unobtainable, inaccessible, or inappropriate option. So I think that normalizing the fact that there are a range of ways to succeed is the bottom line here. And so, a lot of what we've done is to break down assumptions and that say, look, a four-year degree is not the way, not the only way, that you actually end up in an organization like ours, even though the history, would make most people think that.
Yeah. So Aaron, let's talk a little bit more practical in terms of the actual programs you're working on as an employer, and I hope Kathleen and Stuart will jump in here too with your specific examples of where you see promise. But how are you breaking down those assumptions? Where are you building those partnerships to make sure there are these different pathways, different opportunities for folks to get that quality work and quality job?
Yeah, I'd like to briefly highlight two. So as an organization, as I said, we have done a lot of work for more than 15 years on really kind of rethinking our own hiring practices, and then we've been an advocate. So on the two I want to refer to, the first is apprenticeships, and then the second is actually being more creative in the four-year institutions that we work with. So on the front of apprenticeships, really was about 2012, so about 13 years ago, where we actually engaged in this case with the city of Chicago, the city colleges, which are managed by the mayor's office, and really we're a business partner to really kind of reimagining those. And so out of that, as we try to think about how could we be creative, we don't traditionally hire from a community college. That was born the idea of putting an apprenticeship structure around it. And really what that was just to say, hey, how do we put a set of programmatic steps in place to validate that we should be hiring from community colleges. So if you fast forward now, we actually are really trying to be a sponsor and advocate for apprenticeship networks. So in 2020, we actually put out an expectation sponsored by our CEO that we were going to put $30 million for 10 years behind building out apprenticeships in our organization and partnering. So with Accenture and Zurich, both based in Chicago, we started to build a network in Chicago, the Chicago Apprenticeship Network. At this point, actually, that network now exists in 10 different cities. It spans 17 different industries. And through that program, we and other employers have now been able to get 5,000 different individuals through those apprenticeships. And so really our goal, again, is to normalize the fact that in our industry, in our profession, that would not have traditionally been the hiring approach. But there's no reason that you can't actually create a program in the case that what we're doing in our industry, that's a 3-year program where you're going full-time to work and with benefits, and we're providing you the time to complete your associate's degree. And at the end of 3 years, we will actually pay you equal to somebody who's completed a 4-year degree that we would normally hire. So that's our first. The second, real briefly, is we've really realized that we should be working with universities in our communities. And so I just provide a real practical example. One of our largest hiring centers is in New York, downtown in Manhattan. 5 years ago, we started work with Brooklyn College. And really, we and a couple of employers have really put the time in building a relationship, building curriculum, creating scholarships, and then, of course, hiring internships and full-time hires. And really, what we found is it's just someplace we weren't looking in our own backyard where there was talent that we had overlooked. And so our team is so energized because that's their neighborhood, that's their community. And so again, it just broke down an assumption. We weren't looking in a place that logically we could, and there was really good talent there. So those are two of the things we're doing.
I'm really fascinated by some of how these partnerships between colleges and employers are shifting. And I think one of you may have said in a pre-call is sort of how do we get beyond sort of the advisory board model? Yeah. And these are some great examples there. I think something the Chronicle should continue to look at about where we're getting beyond to some uncommon partnerships that are really beneficial for both the employer and the colleges themselves. Stuart, I want to come to you next on this question about some practical examples. And Kathleen, I want to come to you as someone who's written a book about looking at this broadly and where you see some of the most promise. But Stuart, I'll start with you on this question of kind of where's the practical model that you've worked with and where do you see promise?
I actually want to pick up exactly where Aaron was. Aon explored, found new ways to connect people that were really high quality to job opportunities that they have. But how do we uncover those opportunities? We heard a lot about like how do we modernize our data systems in the earlier panel. There's a couple of things that I actually think that we want to pull out from there, which is to say that a lot of those types of things that we want aren't easy today, but they're doable. So for the last couple of years, we've been working on a couple of frameworks. One that we particularly think about that we just released some work on called the Jobs That Mobilize framework, where we're looking for roles and job-to-job progressions that sit at a couple of those intersections. What are jobs, as you think in a community, that are providing high-quality worker mobility? They may be a job that someone we actually then observe, they get in that job and then they have continued career growth. So we're looking for that. We're looking for roles that are hard for employers to fill, but are also playing important roles in increasing accessibility and then expanding regional economic competitiveness. So you go to a place like Chicago and you'll hear about the need to invest in new computing technology. You go to a place in Houston and it's coming up with new energy solutions. So you think about all of those things. Number one, they're getting a collective table together, but using labor market information that we have today, whether that's things that are coming from public sources or things that are coming from kind of new and different real-time labor market information or career history and career progression data that we've developed at BGI, you can start to see that there are jobs that do that. So we started to build this framework. We then tested it out in a number of places. Houston was one where we actually started then kind of building different versions of candidates that we thought could sit in a role. So and then worked with employers to say, here's one candidate, here's another candidate. What do you like about them? What do you not? Partly to start to understand as you think about the skills as DNA for those roles. What do they like to see? Do they like to see a certain skill demonstrated through work experience? We actually found that a lot, they preferred work experience over an educational experience. So the types of things that made someone ready for work, ready to be in front of customers, it was much better to see frontline retail experience. It was much better from an employer's perspective to see time at an early childhood education program. Education's then at the center teaches them potentially like a healthcare skill or an energy skill or a manufacturing skill that complements with those other work experiences. You start to actually come up with multiple pathways into a lot of those difficult to fill roles. There's motivation for everyone there because it's opportunity enhancing for the worker, it's filling a need for employers, and it's meeting some regional economic development goals. You end up with opportunities to really expand those and find new pathways. It's data as a flashlight. There's a few of them where you look at it and you talk to the employer and they say, that one's just not gonna work for us. Like there's a regulatory thing that sits in the way. We can't hire that type of person, age, who knows what it might be, safety standards or something. But you also see ways that people start to restructure it. We had some reactions from educational institutions that talked about how did they restructure, add an additional skill into a training program that they already had going that helps enhance that kind of wider talent pool. Gets you beyond the traditional, we've already tapped everyone that we know that goes into energy production. Now there's whole new pools that you can get into.
Mm-hmm. Kathleen, you've heard two models there. I'm curious how they fit into what you were looking at in your book and how these are the areas you think there are expansion. A lot of it seems like it's about just building those connections and being very focused on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what Aaron and Stu are talking about really requires a rewiring of the school to work ecosystem. And so you're hearing about early adopter examples, but how do you do that, take every hill in every region where this is an issue? And I think this is what employers are facing. I saw in my book research that employers who are most likely to take on apprenticeships and hiring non-degree candidates are ones who are either in new industries, in desperate industries, as in can't find enough workers, or in what's called old school industries that need that worry about their retiring workforce, right? And those are sort of the three categories of folks where I saw a lot of interest in coming to the table and doing the rewiring. So that's one kind of theme that I saw in the book, and I give examples. But the other I want to mention is how the college sector is working on the rewiring piece, because that's, that requires an entire mindset change about what is our role. And I think because community colleges in particular saw a drop by 1/3 in their enrollment over the last decade, that existential crisis, right, brought them to the table. And, my organization, the Education Design Lab, is now today working with about 100 community colleges, which is, almost 10% of community colleges, to create what Stuart is talking about. We're calling them micro pathways that use the labor market data often from your organization and brings in the employers in the semiconductor or fiber optics or cloud computing or whoever is in insurance, whoever has the need, and we create a stack of micro-credentials that together form a micro-pathway. But it's designed by the employers in the room, so it goes beyond the advisory board that you talked about, with the college, and they're designing it in a way that it is specific to a job role that is in high need. And that's proving very effective. And we don't have a lot of data yet about outcomes, do they actually boost their earnings? We don't know yet. We were supposed to get IRS and census data, which is suddenly, in this environment in some jeopardy. But what we do know is who is signing up. And what's fascinating is it's all age groups. It's not, 22-year-olds or even, it's people. It's a complete even distribution among every age group from 17 to 60, which says to me that learners are really starting to get the message about lifelong upskilling opportunities, and they're looking to their community colleges as the place maybe to do that. So I find that really exciting.
Appreciate that, Kathleen. I want to talk about how do we get to scale and where the gaps are. We heard a little bit earlier about some of it's about the consumer information, just to be how do I navigate this space. As you said, some students are learning about what's available to them at the community college, but how do we get this to a nationwide effort and where learners of any type can kind of know what the pathways will take them and what the value of them is. This has been a real hard thing for higher education. We have made some progress, but it's still a challenge. The other thing that Scott Pulsifer mentioned from WGU, certainly having a more detailed skills anatomy in some ways, sort of an index of understanding and translating that for employers as well as higher education as well as other providers. The lack of data around some areas. So I'm kind of curious where the gaps are that you would see that you think is most needed right now to get to a scale where it's not just sort of a program here, a program there, but something that is more impactful across the nation. And Kathleen, I'll start with you on this since I know you've focused on it.
Yeah, I think the one thing that could speed up the trajectory or the acceleration of this whole movement and the ability to do this across the country is data points. It's basically skills mapping. So to be able to map, I mentioned we're trying to map the skills for one job role. Well, that needs to be done for every job in every sector. And the places where it is done well, like cybersecurity, you see it's very easy to create these either micro pathways or industry certifications that signal to employers, and you don't have to do the mapping and get all the employers together on board. It also gets us much more quickly to the GPS system that Scott Pulsifer referred to. We need the career navigation mapping for the learner, and we need a better hiring lens for the employer, and it's that skills mapping that's going to get us there. And AI will help, but I say in the book that maybe 3 to 5 years we could have it but we have to organize ourselves. And I'll just mention the one industry that's I mentioned cybersecurity, the NICE framework. If you go and look at what the cybersecurity employers have gotten together to create, that's what we all need to do across many industries.
I appreciate that, Kathleen. We've got less than 5 minutes here, and Aaron, I wanted you to take this on, and quickly Stuart as well. How do you get the scale? Where are the gaps that you want to be filled that you think we should focus on?
Yeah, I actually absolutely would agree with, you need the taxonomies, you need the GPS, you need the structure, you need the logic. I actually think the gap is going to be both on the employer and on the education system side in engagement. Because I actually think that and cyber is a great example of this, is meaningful problem solving is where you get into the granular detail. This is actually skills-based learning. What I just described in the 2 examples that we've been doing at Aon with other employers is skills-based learning. When you get into it, though, it's not just the taxonomy, it's the rolling up your sleeves problem solving. So I've been on advisory councils. They're always nice, but I don't know that I feel like they always have resulted in things like I have experienced in some of these examples I was providing, where you're sitting around actually at a table problem solving on just the skill level issues of why aren't students succeeding, and why aren't, or that's from the academic perspective, and then why don't we have enough of the people that we need for our industry or for our organization. And that is a very granular conversation. So I think the gap is engagement, because I do think you get to scale where we started small, but now we have large groups of employers working with institutions that starts to get to scale. We briefly went this morning, a few of us had a chance to go see what's happening over at HQ2 here at Amazon, and they have gotten involved in the same apprenticeship that I was referring to, that same programmatic approach. The scale of Amazon as one employer, dwarfs anything that we're going to do. But we were happy to be able to work with them in a couple of cities to start to figure out how do they do this, and then they bring on attention, as do other really large employers, and you kind of get the ball rolling.
Stuart? Yeah, I think that between everything that we're saying, what we're talking about is that you need the structures behind things. You need the plumbing that makes things work. So you need taxonomies. You need to understand how one job connects to another, how skills lead to employment. You also then need the finishing. You need employers. I tend to think that the kind of quick and low-hanging fruit is exactly the engagement that Erin's talking about. We can change the way that students interact with the educational system and how they understand the labor market. But if we start with employer motivations, that can be through a range of things. It can be through pain because they're having difficulty finding people. It can be through incentives that could come in lots of different ways. But I think that if we start with employers, we start with the educational systems to really be responsive to those types of things, that means that students experience a whole different set of options. When they show up at an educational institution, they're seeing bachelor's degrees and micro-credentials shown together, and they're starting to see those as one thing rather than there's this and then there's this. So you bring those together, and then you start to redesign how students interact and what they understand about the labor market. Start with employers and institutions.
All right, speed round now. Throw you all a little bit of a curveball. I like the question that Jason asked earlier about what keeps you up at night. Now, this doesn't have to be just anxiety. You can also be kept up at night because something is making you excited about the opportunity, too, so I'll put that caveat on it. But we've got less than 2 minutes here, so I'll start with Kathleen. What keeps you up at night about this opportunity or the gaps in this challenge?
Well, actually, what keeps me up at night is if we move to just-in-time learning and we get everybody on board with that. So if we win, do we lose? Because what are we giving up as a society in terms of the kind of learning, the critical thinking, the civic engagement, getting along, the things that we lose? That's what keeps me up at night.
Thanks, Kathleen.
I'm going to echo that. I actually think that we also have to remember that part of education's role is making people creative and innovative and coming up with the next AI. It's not just responding to the one that exists today.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. Thanks, Stuart.
It's both.
I think I worry that we might miss it if we confuse activities and outcomes. Because I think microlearning and credentials and all of these things are actually very exciting. But ultimately, they're a means to an end. And actually, I think the outcome, I will say personally, I'll just add here at the end, is I've become really attracted to the metric of something like economic mobility. The outcome is helping an individual improve themselves. Social mobility, economic mobility, we have to really make sure that we're focused on the outcome that these new approaches are designed to achieve.
I really appreciate all your comments today. As Scott mentioned earlier, he's got 6 children. I've got 4 at home under the age of 14, and I'm thinking a lot about the education for them and some of these ideas about pathways they may take that I may not have taken, and certainly the possibility of them finding fulfillment in it as well and opportunity. So I really appreciate all of that. Just to let everybody know, the session today will be on the Chamber's YouTube channel in April, but please let me now show some appreciation for the panel and their thoughts. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Please welcome Sylvester Williams from East Stroudsburg University and Elizabeth Bolden from the PA Chamber Foundation. in conversation with Taylor Hansen from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Hi, everybody. My name is Taylor Hansen. I'm an Executive Director of Policy and Programs at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, where I oversee a lot of our data initiatives focused on skills-based hiring and advancement. But we're not here to talk about one of my programs today. We're here to talk about our EPIC initiative, which stands for Employer-Provided Innovation Challenges. And I don't often get program envy in my role at the Chamber Foundation, but EPIC is one of the programs that I am really excited about and envious that some of my colleagues get to work more closely with folks like Elizabeth and Sylvester on. So, Elizabeth and Sylvester, I'd like you to just take a moment to introduce yourselves and share a little bit about your organizations and your passion for work-based learning opportunities and your interest in EPIC.
Sure, thanks so much. It's good to be with you this afternoon. So my name is Elizabeth Bolden, and I bring greetings from the Pennsylvania Chamber of Business and Industry. The Pennsylvania Chamber is the largest broad-based business organization in the state. It was established in 1916 by a group of influential business leaders who decided that they needed to have a unified voice at our state capitol. Today, the PA Chamber represents about 10,000 member entities of all sizes and industry sectors, from sole proprietors to Fortune 100 companies, and we represent about 50% of the Commonwealth's private sector workforce. We are based in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with a staff that works throughout the state to advocate for job creation and Pennsylvania's economic competitiveness. The PA Chamber Foundation, which is the entity that I have led for the past 20 months, supports those goals through research and education programs that, again, advance Pennsylvania's economic competitiveness. We have 3 areas of focus. The first is economic competitiveness. The second is civic engagement, which we partner with the U.S. Chamber on. And the third is workforce development, of which EPIC is a really important component. So really happy to be talking with you about that today.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sylvester?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvester Williams. I'm the Dean of the College of Business and Management at East Stroudsburg University. We are part of the Pennsylvania State System of Higher Education, which has 14 colleges and universities across the state. I'm in the Poconos, which is the northeastern part of Pennsylvania. My college has about 1,500 students. We do serve a large first-generation population. About 38% of our students are first generation. We get a lot of students from the Philadelphia, New York, and greater Pennsylvania marketplace. So we are a career preparation school. We really focus on preparing students for a career in business. We are heavily engaged with industry partners. We have a consortium in my college that has roughly about 130 companies that we work very exclusively with. They help us to do multiple things. One of the things that we do is we also have a badging program. So we were one of the first schools in the state of Pennsylvania to actually start a badging program that's part of our credential for competency. We also embed other credentials into our program so that students have stackable credentials as they're going through the different degrees that we have. Our college focuses on business management, finance, accounting, marketing, entrepreneurship, as well as sports management and hospitality, recreation, and tourism. We have a very strong data analytics program where we have a joint partnership with SAS, so students that complete our minor in data analytics get a joint certificate from East Stroudsburg University as well as SAS. So part of the reason that we're doing EPIC is because we also, PASHE has a system-wide workforce development program, and I'm the academic integration person for it. So this is a strategy that we have that fits in very nicely with the competency profile that we're building at East Stroudsburg University. And I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon to share our story with you all.
Thank you, Sylvester, and thank you, Elizabeth. And I come from a higher ed background, and so I'm always excited when I can see opportunities for business and higher ed to partner. And so let's talk a little about your partnership. And your partnership was launched recently, and I think we have some photos that'll start playing behind us as we're talking about this. But I'd like to learn from you about what your Pennsylvania EPIC program is all about, what led you to choose Sylvester and his school as a part of your partnership, and where you're moving.
Sure. So our interest in EPIC really stems from what we heard from chamber members, which was that they were struggling to find talent. And if you were here yesterday, you heard Congressman Owen say that 70% of employers in one of his surveys said they were struggling to find talent. Earlier today, we heard Catherine Carroll from Caterpillar say 65% of employers in the Deloitte survey said they were struggling to find talent. And so we are really committed at the PA Chamber Foundation to helping our employer members find their talent. And what we know about EPIC is that work-based learning experiences really help to anchor students in a state and can help build the workforce. But we know that there are not enough work-based learning opportunities for all of the students that want to have one. And so when EPIC came along, we immediately embraced it because we realized that it would be another strategy that we could adopt that would give our students some type of work-based learning opportunity while other parts of our state and our government seek to find and increase the number of full-time internship programs that we all think of as the gold standard. We want more internships, but in the meantime, we don't want any student to be left behind. And this was really a great opportunity, particularly for students that are place-based, because it can occur remotely. There's no need for students to actually go to the workplace. And so that was a really appealing aspect of why we wanted to commit to the EPIC program. And then I guess I can talk about why we chose.
Or Sylvester, why were you interested in EPIC? What kind of value do you see in work-based learning opportunities?
So for us, this is just another component that builds into the profile that we're building. It gives students real-world experience working on projects. You know, oftentimes we talk about, students need to have soft skills and all of these different acronyms, but how do you really teach it? And so giving them the experience to physically work on a real live project, work with the company. I just took my group. We have two groups doing a project. One is a business group. The other one is an interdisciplinary group made up of some students from arts and sciences, education, and health science. But I just took my group up to the AT&T store where they did all of the interviews. And I got to be honest with you, I was very scared. I was hoping I didn't have to, ask questions on their behalf. I didn't have to ask one. They were well prepared, very professional. The questions were right on point. And these are things that, how do you teach that kind of skill? They learn different things through the classes, internships, and it kind of prepares them for these kind of opportunities. It also prepares them for the expectation of what they can look forward to after they graduate. So that's why, EPIC was the kind of program that we thought would be very complementary to what we're doing at the school.
That's great. And then Elizabeth, I know when you started talking to the Chamber Foundation about EPIC, you probably had your choice of schools and partners to potentially choose from. What led you to partnering with Sylvester and ESU?
Right, so Pennsylvania is blessed to have over 300 post-secondary institutions, colleges, universities, and technical schools. We actually have the 5th highest number of post-secondary institutions in the country. Many of them are chamber members. And so I did have a really long list of folks to choose from to partner with. And the question was, who actually would we choose? And East Stroudsburg actually rose to the top really quickly for a few reasons, which if any of you are considering EPIC, I would encourage you to consider. So the first is, long before we had a conversation with them about EPIC, the university under President Long's leadership had already decided that they needed to increase the number of experiential-based work experiences for their students. So they already had this commitment from an institutional level, being laser focused on student success. Secondly, they are an innovative and forward-thinking university. And thirdly, they are able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And I say that because we know that higher education across the country is undergoing significant change. Most institutions are under some sort of financial pressure. They are under enrollment pressures. At any given moment, they're doing strategic planning. They are going through a reaccreditation. And many times those institutions can't do both. And what we saw in East Stroudsburg was a leadership team that both understood the importance of what was happening in EPIC and then empowered their faculty and staff to work with us. And so being able to work with someone like Sylvester, who is intimately connected with his students, he, immediately knew where and how to integrate EPIC into the student experience at East Stroudsburg. So it didn't take us a lot of time to sift down through what sometimes is a bureaucracy in education. We really just talked to Sylvester, and he was both empowered by his leadership and as a result of his position with students to actually make it happen. And that's really, I think, been one of the keys to our success. Is Sylvester and his team at East Stroudsburg really being empowered to stay focused on students and the student experience.
Yep.
So we need to clone Sylvester for future EPIC.
Absolutely, because you may not have him.
That's great. So Sylvester, as Dean of ESU's Business School, and when you were considering partnering with the PA Chamber about EPIC, what were some specific skills or experiences you were hoping your students would gain by participating in EPIC?
So we, as you know, the presentations you had yesterday were phenomenal. And a lot of talk was mentioned about skills gap. And so one of the things that we have done is I have a consortium of businesses that I meet with monthly where they're talking about, these are the jobs that we have. These are also the jobs that we're bringing in. Where are your students in terms of your preparation for these different jobs? And so as we look at trying to figure out what we have to do to prepare the students for these careers, none of this happens without working with companies. So as we look at the PA Chamber, I think as you're looking at setting up a partnership, you have to look at the missions of both organizations. You have to have a really good relationship. I think Elizabeth and I have, a very strong relationship, but we're honest with each other about what we can do. And I think the other thing that's really important is, we want our students to stay in Pennsylvania. The Chamber wants students to stay in Pennsylvania to support the businesses. So these kinds of projects where we're linking PA businesses through the Chamber with our students, it really validates the reason why the students really need to look at those companies that are in PA that they possibly can stay there and work for.
And so, continuing on that vein, what's the student reaction been? Did they have a positive experience? Do you think this will help kind of retain that local talent in Pennsylvania?
So when we did the kickoff event, and these are the pictures behind me that you all can see, the kickoff was the showcase of not me and not our school. It was a showcase of those students. And I can tell you, anyone that I talked to that attended the event, and we had a lot of people from AT&T, the PA Chamber, the local chambers. I had several of my community partners attend. They all said the same thing. You have the most impressive students. They're smart, they're engaged, they're gritty, they're articulate, and they're hungry. And so as the students went on this trip with me, and I actually took them to AT&T for their site visit, and we went to dinner afterwards, they couldn't say enough about the opportunity, because they're looking for ways that they can showcase themselves. And EPIC gives them a center stage that's second to none. And so next Wednesday, we have their final presentations. They're going to be doing a presentation to the senior executives at AT&T, the senior executives at the PA Chamber, the U.S. Chamber's representatives will be there, as well as over 40 businesses that we partner with in our community. And it's going to be their day. So they are just elated for this opportunity. They also recognize that having this experience where they can showcase it on their resume also helps to make them more marketable as they look for permanent jobs.
That's great. And so it's been great to see this partnership, the fruits of this partnership. But what did it take to build this partnership, Elizabeth? I know you just recently launched this program. You're doing the showcase next week, but it probably took a while to build this foundation to get to this point. So what were some of those steps? And if you had advice for others that were thinking about doing EPIC, what advice in building that partnership and that foundation would you give?
Sure. Well, I think there are 4 major things that made this happen. And so the first is the leadership of the U.S. Chamber Foundation. I want to thank you for that because it was great to have a partner that could sort of lead the way, show us what was going on, and to fund it. So thank you for that. We're really grateful for that. And then you need an education partner, obviously, and I've told you why East Stroudsburg was a great education partner. You also need an employer partner. You need an employer that's willing to give you a challenge for the students to address. And on this regard, I don't want to speak for AT&T, but I can tell you that my observation is that this work in EPIC is a natural extension of AT&T's commitment to Pennsylvania, to our workforce, and to competitiveness generally. And I would say that finding that employer partner was initially a challenge for us. We initially started reaching out to HR offices of our chamber members. And when we didn't get the kind of response that we wanted, we actually pivoted to speaking with external affairs, public affairs, and government relations. And those were the people that are involved in public policy at the state level, and that's where we found the AT&T partner. Even though AT&T has been a long-standing PA Chamber member, they are intimately involved in all of our work. They have a seat on the Chamber Foundation board. It was the president of external affairs who actually made it happen. And when we said, sort of, why did you commit? He said, this falls in our workforce development portfolio. Our HR office is often internally looking and transactional, and they're not often empowered to sort of make the bold changes. And so if you're thinking about partnering in EPIC, I would encourage you to perhaps also do outreach to public affairs and government relations. And then you really do need collaboration. And I think, again, here the U.S. Chamber's role, they have provided a platform called Ripen, in which the collaboration for this occurs. I'll give you one really great example of why Ripen is really important. If you think about bringing on 20 interns for 6 to 8 weeks, a company does not want to go through the process of creating emails for all 20 of these students and all of the security that they might have to go through. With the Ripen platform, everything occurs, the email, the communication within the Ripen platform, so it makes it easy for employers to say yes, because their technology team isn't going to come to you and say, I don't want to make 20 emails for students. And so I think those are the 4 keys to the success of this partnership.
Awesome, thank you. And Sylvester, what would you add from the higher ed position side or the education provider side? What foundational elements for a partnership were needed on your end?
I think for me and how I look at it is these are strategic initiatives that are intentional. So as we look at AT&T as the first part, and we also were the first project in the state under EPIC. So we look at the strategic component of what we're doing and the alignment between what the students can gain in terms of competency, as well as the exposure, are the things that really excite us about the partnership. But I think it really comes down to those strategic alignments with the businesses. And the one thing I like about the PA Chamber is that they're very strategic with their members. So that's very useful for us because we can help them and help our students at the same time. So that's part of the reason why I really like the partnership arrangement.
That's great. We have about a minute left. So what are some parting words of advice or encouragement you would give to the audience if they're inspired by what they've seen your partnership provide? What kind of words of advice or encouragement would you give the audience?
I mean, I would say get the right people, have clear communication and clear expectations, and really have clarity of process. Because one thing many of you in this room know is that business and higher education often speak in different languages and in different contexts. And so that communication is really clear. For example, businesses talk in fiscal years and quarters, and higher education talks in academic years and semesters, and semester breaks are non-negotiables. And so having the ability to broker those clear expectations and communication, I think, has been really critical.
The only parting words I would give is, if you're interested in doing this, make sure you have the institutional support from a university. This is, I think, where higher ed really struggles. I didn't come from higher education. I'm a lawyer, worked in Washington for a long time, but the one thing that I see is if you don't have the commitment from the institution, these kind of projects are very difficult to deliver. And also, you need to make sure that it's wedded to a workforce development approach and strategy that you have within your institution. So this fits very nicely in the assortment of things that we offer our students: internships, co-ops, apprenticeships, mentorships, and now workforce development and EPIC is another component that our students will be able to do real-world projects with companies that help to kind of finalize and polish them in preparation for a career in business.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, my colleague Sarah Castro, who oversees our EPIC program, she's done an amazing job creating a community of practice that includes individuals like Elizabeth and Sylvester. And so hopefully you gained some knowledge today. Hopefully you're inspired to think about providing work-based learning opportunities for students in your own areas. And if you're interested, reach out to Sarah. If you don't know Sarah, come talk to us and we can connect you. But thank you so much, Sylvester and Elizabeth, and let's give them a round of applause for the great work they're doing.
Please welcome Dr. Monica Goldson, President and CEO of Junior Achievement of Greater Washington, for this momentum moment.
Yeah, wake up! How are you? Glad to be here. As you heard, I'm Dr. Monica Goldson, President and CEO of Junior Achievement of Greater Washington. And I know for a fact many of you have heard of the misalignment between education, careers, and work. How many of you ended up after graduation working in a field that you didn't major in? So see, you've heard of it. You've lived it. Research shows that 52% of our undergraduate students, when they graduate from college, they work outside of the field that they majored in, and they're making less than what they thought they would make. Of course, they probably thought they would be making millions right when they got out of college. Who doesn't think that? Well, this is what I know. At Junior Achievement, we found a way to connect students' experiences in high school to what we believe that they would love to do when they get into college, and then connect it to the world of work. And so you're going to now see a video of what we call 3DE, three-dimensional education. 3DE is offered in high schools across the country, and what it does is it provides students with real-world corporate experiences that are integrated in their English, math, science, and social studies classes so that they don't have to ask the age-old question, why am I learning this? So, here's to the video.
Welcome to Amazon AWS Skills Center.
When we're bringing in real-world connections, helping them to think creatively and innovatively around their work, applying critical and analytical thinking, self-direction, effective collaboration, engaging communication, that is 3DE.
It gives us a reason to re-engage. The case challenges, everybody's competitive, and we all want to win.
So when you get up there in front of them judges, you figure out who your opponent is.
I couldn't present in front of a whole room of people.
It's just a competitive rush.
What if I stuttered?
I'm up here now. And the opponent is the question. A company might ask you a real-world problem, and you need to study, give them ideas, and come up with a solution.
We've partnered with UPS, MGM National Harbor, Aon, Delta Airlines, Home Depot, Spanx, Arby's.
we never been to Arby's. So we started doing research. Stayed up till 11 o'clock almost every night working on this project from script, slides.
It's one of those presentations that we still hit play on. We are Gen Z, so no one knows us better.
Our team created a customer satisfaction survey. Spend less money and save time using the app. I was happy, cheesing from ear to ear, had the biggest smile on my face. Cause who would ever think, freshman, you win a National Case Challenge, make history. You're the first to ever do it. You're going down in the books. And that's why they call us the founders.
Our area was legendary for developing athletes. But with 3DE, this is the first time we've been recognized or getting attention for academics. Flash forward a year later, Lexi and her team are now in a national competition, and the stakes are higher. Because in a way, we're returning champions.
Hi, how may I help you? I got a picture of how I want my dream kitchen to look. Here. Oh, I love this marble.
We spent so much time on that video, but it gave us the edge in the competition.
That one group that goes to nationals, they represent all of us.
Junior achievements there. Superintendent Monica Goldson's there. Like a football or basketball playoff game. Literally, our entire community was watching this competition. They were holding hands. They were waiting for the announcement, and they lost.
That's okay. We're clapping for them. We're clapping for them.
We said thank you, turn off our cameras, and then we started crying.
So year one, we got the thrill of victory. Year two, we got the agony of defeat. And there's a lot of tears. You care that much about your education. They didn't realize, like, the fact that you care is the we tell kids that they can do anything, but for our school, JA, 3DE has proven that.
Imagine a future
where the world
is our classroom,
where we have the skill set
and the mindset
to navigate business
and life.
Today we're students, tomorrow we'll be leaders.
We're multiplying possibilities
by the power of JA.
For students, for educators,
for business.
So that video tells it all about the student experience. And while I couldn't transport those students here, I could bring them in a video. Before I became president and CEO of Junior Achievement, I was the school superintendent for those students. And I was trying to find a way to make a school come to life for students. And 3DE was the way that we were able to do that. After years of research and collaboration with school districts, local government, and organizations such as yours, 3DE was created by Junior Achievement of USA. And the data that we got from students from grade 9 to 12 who participated in these case challenges was dramatically different. Students came to school, our chronic absenteeism dropped, the graduation rates went up, reading English language arts scores went up. And all of that happened because they felt a sense of belonging, relevance, and they felt like adults were listening to them. That could not be taught in a textbook. I could not have found a better solution as a superintendent. By the time all of our students graduate from a 3DE site, they have a portfolio of experiences that businesses want in a student. They want in an employee. They have the ability to problem solve, work in groups, take data, analyze it, and provide a solution to our corporate entities. So I want to highlight those two that were in the video, because I know them so intimately, because I had the opportunity to see them happen. Arby's was one of those that started first. And in 2024, last year, all of our ninth graders across the country who participate in 3DE have a case challenge. The case challenge changes every year. 24, that was the challenge presented to them. Ninth graders for 6 weeks in reading, English, math, and science learn and solve everything they can think of to solve this problem, learn the history of Arby's. They take survey results, they analyze it, they do a PowerPoint presentation, they create phenomenal presentations, they do a pitch to the corporate leaders in Arby's, and then they compete against each other across the US. These students that won are from Fort Wayne, Indiana for 2024. And I remember, yay, Fort Wayne. And I remember the Arby's challenge because you saw our students a couple of years ago that won that challenge. At that time, it was like, how can you get 13 to 17-year-olds into Arby's? The first thing they said is, kids don't like roast beef. We like chicken. If you go to an Arby's today, there is chicken on the menu. Now, you might think, wow, but for every student that participated in that case challenge, that means something. That means that they contributed to marketing for Arby's. Arby's got a free solution, but our students now feel like their voice has been heard. Or Home Depot is another one that comes back every year. 2025, it ended up with a tie between 2 school districts in Georgia. But for the case challenge at the Home Depot, the students literally across the country in 3DE had to go into their local Home Depot, see how the store was configured, see what happens behind the scenes, and then they had to come up with a presentation to solve for Home Depot on what's the best experience for DIYers that could showcase Home Depot's best-selling items. It's real-world problems that allows our students to come back and not have to ask the question, why am I learning this? We believe that we know now that the best way to make sure that our students are prepared for the workforce and prepared and ready for you is the opportunity for them to work directly with you, and that's what 3DE does. It allows corporations to create their own issues, problems presented to students, and then they work in groups to solve. From grade 9 to grade 12, they start out with case challenges. We end with a market day. They have an opportunity to even try to push their own entrepreneurial skills and businesses. And so I say to you, if you run across a student or a resume where a child has said to you that they've participated in a 3DE experience, take the time to interview them. I promise you, you're going to have a different type of student that's sitting before you, a student who we know has the skills and abilities that we're looking for, who knows how to work in a group, who can present to a large group, who knows that every day you can't work at home and telework, that there's value in working together in groups, and that they understand that real-world problems help to solve lives. And even if you're wondering if there's a JA area in your neighborhood, feel free to reach out to myself here in Greater Washington. I'll make sure I connect you with the junior achievement area in your neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to lead, to serve, and I look forward to seeing you hire one of our 3DE students. Have a great afternoon.
And we're back at the Gamechanger desk, and I am joined by Elizabeth and Aaron. I want to hit on a couple things that I heard from both of you. Elizabeth, I'll start with you. First of all, I have to second my colleague Taylor's sentiment. We're really excited about EPIC. So what I wanted to ask was, thinking about the fact that you've got some momentum going with EPIC, you know, it's fairly new getting in there with it. What should other chamber leaders, other organizations be thinking about if they want to get into partnerships like this?
So really participating in EPIC has been game-changing for the Pennsylvania Chamber, and we're really thrilled about the potential impact it will have on building our workforce. And so I think it's important for leaders to recognize that they have to seize any opportunity they can to build their workforce, and that one size is not going to fit all. There's not going to be one policy strategy or intervention that is going to meet all of their needs. And so EPIC really provides an opportunity to tailor workforce challenges that groups of students can address, and hopefully will help anchor those students in your state and help build a stronger workforce for your future.
That's great. And Aaron, you said something that I want to go back to because it caught me. So you were talking on your panel about a key metric that matters the most, and then you mentioned economic mobility. Can you talk a little bit more about what you meant and maybe expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, because I actually really have come to believe that it's the metric that brings together all these different themes, and I think it creates a real focus on what we're trying to achieve. You know, so I believe economic mobility actually is what matters to individual workers, it matters to employers, and it matters to educators. So it's a chance for us to all get around what we're trying to accomplish here and make sure that all the great creative thinking that's going on in the time of change is actually getting us to a really key outcome.
That's great. Now, thank you guys again, one, for being on the panel in the Great Hall, and also joining me here, round 2 of the Game Changer desk. Everyone in the Great Hall, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 3:50.
Please welcome Ben Brubeck from Associated Builders and Contractors, Dr. Brenda Hellier from San Jacinto College, and Commissioner Gregory Dozier from the Technical College System of Georgia in conversation with Peter Beard, Vice President at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
So good afternoon, it's great to be here. My name's Peter Beard. I'm a vice president here at the Chamber Foundation in the Education Workforce team. But prior to joining the Chamber Foundation in January, I was leading Upskill Houston at the Greater Houston Partnership in the Houston region. So it's really an honor and a privilege to be here, and thank you for coming out. We have a really great panel that we're gonna let them kind of do a brief introduction, and we're gonna have a conversation and have some questions after that. But let's start with
Greg Dozier. I'm commissioner of our technical college system in Georgia. Our technical college system comprises of 22 colleges across the state of Georgia with 88 campuses. We're also blessed to do a lot of what Department of Labor's do across other states. We have 35 centers out for folks to come in and have employment services or do some other things to prepare for a job. And then we also have something called Quick Start. And we have 5 locations that are tied to specific industry partners where we do the initial training for their staff before they come into the plant to work. And so very, very honored to be here and share some of the stories of Georgia.
Brenda.
Hi, I'm Brenda Hellier, and I have the honor of serving as the chancellor at San Jacinto College. And we are a community college in the Gulf Coast region. We are just south and east of Houston. We have 6 campuses, and we also have an Edge Center, which is located on the Houston Spaceport. We're in the heart of petrochemical, maritime, the healthcare, the port, heavy health industry, and construction. We have served annually about 45,000 students. And in Texas, we can award certificates, associate degrees, also continuing education. And then community colleges are allowed to have 5 bachelor programs. And so we have a Bachelor of Cybersecurity, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, a Bachelor of Education, and then we will be opening in January a Bachelor of Logistics and Supply Chain Management. And our focus is really around meeting the needs of a regional workforce and about 35% of our programs, our students are taking technical programs, and about 65% have intentions to transfer to a 4-year university. In our area, our region, about 80% of our students from our high schools are on free and reduced lunch. There is a real demand for us to change the social and economic mobility of our community.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Ben Brubeck, and I'm the Vice President of Regulatory, Labor, and State Affairs with Associated Builders and Contractors out of our national office here in DC. And if you don't know ABC, we have 67 chapters across the country, and our members, we've got 23,000 members in the commercial and industrial construction industry. A lot of our members build everything except for pretty much single-family housing, and so obviously the workforce is really important to our industry. You may not know this, we have a skilled labor shortage of 439,000 people in the industry, and I think it's going to get worse. And we have spent a lot of time and effort on the policy side and in schools and colleges trying to attract and retain really great quality workers to build America. Looking forward to having our conversation here this afternoon.
And so that really kind of gets us to the conversation, which is the importance of technical and trade roles in a strong economy. And so you've got 2 really great people on the education side that help develop that. And then in many respects, nothing can be built from behind a desk. It has to be built by folks out in the field. And so we're going to start really with kind of what are the trends and other things that you're seeing as it relates to the skilled crafts and trades in the economy. So kind of the data, the trends, some of the lessons you've learned, but also as our economy changes quickly, what are some of the in-demand fields that we need to be anticipating, and how are they changing in that? And I'm going to let you all start a conversation, and I'll come back with some other things, and we'll watch the time. Who wants to start?
Go ahead, Greg.
It's always tough starting. Geez. It's really interesting when you look at the data. As everybody's already said earlier in the presentations, when you specifically look at Georgia, we have a shortage in so many areas. Take nursing, for example. We're about 40,000 short in nursing, and it's projected over the next couple of years to grow to 110,000. And so when you just take that, or manufacturing, we have a lot to do. So the interesting thing to me when you look at the data is population and job openings are conversely going the opposite way. So in Georgia, in the next 20 years, we believe we'll grow in population a little over 2 million, 2.5 million. We believe that we're going to have about 3.5 million new jobs in that same time period. And so as you look at the current concerns around workforce shortage, how do you attack those, but how do you prepare for the future? And that's where the changing skill needs are growing so rapidly and quickly that we're having to change how we do things. So similar to you, we are kind of the community college in Georgia. We do not have a community college system in Georgia, so we have four-year institutions. We do have some access four-year institutions, but for the most part, we're kind of managing both of those pathways inside our technical college. And so how do we actually look at the pathways? How do you make them stackable? We'll come to credentials in a little bit, but how do you make sure you have pathways on and off? And so we start with dual enrollment, and when you look at that, we serve about 40,000 dual enrollment students across the state. And how do you actually tap into them to see what an IET or workforce strategy works in the dual enrollment pathway? And so we're very blessed that we've got great partners that are actually trending in the early stages on what skills are needed now, but also in the future. And it's allowing us in the technical college then to transition with a high school student coming in and building on that skill. The great thing is we've articulated with our university systems, we do not have the ability to offer a four-year college degree in our system. And so we're growing and growing our articulation, because the number one thing that we find across systems is folks failing out, not because of scholastic capability, because of barriers. And so when we talk about a continued workforce, we've got to overcome the barriers that people really aren't thinking about. And a lot of that is we're making kids retake classes over and over again. And so we have articulated to the high school CTAE pathway, some 22 different pathways into our system. And we have some 900 pathways with our university system from our system to theirs. And part of that is making sure that we see things such as AI that was presented in a panel earlier. How do we not only learn to teach our students and our faculty to use AI, but how are we actually going to prepare folks for that skill in the future? And so as we move from, as we did in the past, from manufacturing to advanced manufacturing, how do we move from advanced manufacturing to mechatronics and robotics and machine learning? And so those are the things we're really focused on, and I believe we're doing a decent job across Georgia.
So some of the challenges that we have, you know, you all hear how big Texas is, and we really are that big, and we have you know, a real have and have-nots of jobs in the urban and suburban areas. There are jobs and significant demand there, and then in our rural areas where the population is really struggling. And so our focus over the community college system for the state of Texas has really been in redefining how that whole system is being funded, in order to make sure that students throughout the state have opportunities. And Greg talked about the dual credit. Dual credit has become a huge priority in the state of Texas, with a program that has just been implemented called Financial Aid for Swift Transfer. And in the state of Texas, community colleges can elect to participate in that program. 49 out of the 50 have, and that ensures that dual credit for students who are on free and reduced lunch is provided at no cost. That is huge in trying to make sure that we address those gaps, and then providing that can be on an academic pathway, but it's also really moving from a technical standpoint. We have seen such growth in jobs around technicians, and we have not been able to fill that workforce need. And so there's a real effort, even in the Houston region, I can see a real effort of trying to get into the high schools and make sure families understand these jobs. In the petrochemical industry, these are jobs that pay $70,000 to $100,000. In the past, people would get hired with high school diploma, very little skill set on the job training. That's no longer the story, and so we've got to make sure the messaging is getting out into our schools and to the families for them to see what kind of jobs that we really are, that are available. We've had the same kind of thing with our maritime industry, and so, you know, everybody knows a nurse needs a credential, but people don't think about these maritime jobs, these petrochemical jobs, our construction jobs, and the types of credentials that are needed there. And so how do we, as a state, as educational institutions, work with our employers and make sure that we're getting these students credentialed and into the workplace quicker and with the skill sets that they need? And that has been, my entire time at San Jacinto College has been focused on how do we really try to figure this out. I can tell you we've made some great strides on things, but there's so much more work to be done around it. And that need for the future, Greg talked about AI, that's a tough one. You know, as we've met with our employers, Greater Houston Partnership did a survey, and I think only about 30% of them were really using AI. But where's that headed for the future? And as an educational institution, we have to figure out how we build that into the curriculum. Not where it's doing all the work, but it's doing where people have the critical thinking to realize, no, this isn't right. And how do I use it, but then also know what's not working around it? So I think sometimes people think, well, education's so boring. I keep thinking, man, we got so much more to do and the work ahead of us to make sure that we are meeting the economic needs of our community is really continuing to be more demanding.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, the construction industry has a huge skilled labor shortage. It's not just in the field and the crafts, but it's also in the offices and construction management. And our association's been investing heavily in what we call an all-of-the-above solution to workforce development. And we're trying to find new people into the industry, whether that's coming out of high school and talking to guidance counselors and making the pitch that you can earn while you learn and not get stuck in the college debt trap right out of high school in our industry. And then also trying to find people from other areas that are underserved. Trying to find folks out of the prison system and train them in the prison system and bring them in. Also women, it's incredible to see the growth in the number of women in our industry, which is predominantly male for a long time, actually coming into the fields and the trades, as well as into the office space. But we're kind of seeing this massive growth on the registered apprenticeship side as well as on the CTE side. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the construction industry's apprenticeship system, it's a very rigorous process. It's a 4 or 5 year program with classroom learning as well as on-the-job training. And it can be very difficult for folks to get through those programs because they're actually working quite a bit during the day and then also doing classroom work at night or part of the day as well. So it can be very rigorous. We're also responding to the needs of the employers. Some of the employers feel like the 4 or 5 year apprenticeship program isn't actually the right fit for them. And so we're partnering closely with the CTE providers in the community and trying to really have an exact match of what the employer's needs in that market. Like in the petrochemical market, we've got very specific things in those spaces that match that up with what the employer needs, and also going into the schools and really trying to sell the construction industry, because there's been sort of a broad thought that the construction industry is a dirty job and you're kind of a second-class citizen if you got into that. And we're trying to break that narrative, because I see it every day at ABC. We have incredible people that came into the industry, learned to craft, started their company, and now they're a multi-million-dollar company with 200 employees rebuilding their communities. I mean, it is the American dream. It is a great opportunity to find that career ladder. And we're seeing more and more people like find out about this secret and get into the industry. So it's super exciting. But again, the skilled labor shortage is everyone's top priority, and we're working together with every single partner that we can to get things in the right place.
I think one of the trends that each of you have talked about in terms of why the demand's increasing is this idea that technology is showing up, which means instruments, technical things are showing up. And even when you were constructing data centers, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, all of those things become critical. And I think we're forgetting that this middle area of technical crafts is going to continue. Kind of final comments on that trend that you're seeing.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, you can't do anything without the construction industry, whether it's healthcare or technical or anything like that. We're actually doing a good job trying to integrate technology into the industry to attract younger people. A lot of young folks don't want to go out and work in the heat and the sun and the elements, and we're trying to show them that there's ways they can get in through technology, whether it's drones or CAD or different types of technology-heavy focus that really helps the construction industry and provides more value. So we've had some great experiences selling the technology side and partnering with different groups like Meta and other folks who are really trying to get on the workforce development side in the virtual reality space too. So there's definitely opportunities there.
Well, and I'll go back to the process technology component. So yesterday we had a major funder come out and look at the process. And we went into a lab, and these were cutaways of tools, ball valves and different things, and that's about as much as I know about valves, but I could tell. But the industry wanted these cutaways, and they wanted where the students are actually going out and drawing the glycol plant that we've got, so that they can understand what's happening even once they start seeing all that technology. They have to understand how it works in order to make sure that we're meeting the safety needs, and that they can make the right call on how this equipment needs to be managed. And so while the technology is critically important and students need to know how to use that because that's what they're going to use in the workplace, it is very clear from our industry partners they have to understand why this is working, how it's working, and how they can fit all the pieces together. And even in our work, in some of the industry work, we had not had a focus on safety, and that has been a critical piece for us to build into it, just because there are all these components that have to really come into place for you to have a technician that can run a safe operation.
A little bit of a different look at the same question. One of the things I challenge our industry partners and our teams at the colleges to really consider the nomenclature that we're using. For so long, we talked about a professional, which was 4-year, and a trades, which was less than that. It could have been not even coming to college. And so often now what we're seeing is, based on the question you just asked, is oftentimes many of these former trades jobs really are more professional than we ever thought about. And so I really challenged our teams and challenged our industries and others to talk about the professionalism of what we really are training. When you're talking about advanced manufacturing now, I mean, that is a skill that's way beyond just learning how to turn a wrench. It's something I don't have the skill, as you just mentioned. I don't have the skill for that. And it's no different than when I went through and got my MBA in finance, of how to look at that. It's what we're training our folks to go out and run major HVAC systems that are smart systems, running large controls through Johnson Controls and things of that nature. You have to really understand the totality of what you're doing. The neat thing, and I'll wrap up with it, the neat thing is I think that message is being heard. Oftentimes in our world, unemployment has to go real high for our enrollment to increase. Folks are out of work looking for a job and come back to learn a skill. We're very blessed right now, at least in Georgia, and I think across the nation, we're seeing the lowest unemployment rates we've had, but we're seeing some of the highest enrollment we've had. We've got the highest enrollment in our colleges since 2013, which was coming out of the recession. We had the largest number of graduates last year we've ever had in our system. And I think all of that comes back to what you just asked about, is what it takes now to actually have this professional pathway that has honestly no limits on what you can do and make out there.
So let's make a shift, because you've each referenced this piece, which is the role of the employer in developing the programs of studies and the credentials so that they're valuable. And so I want to kind of get a very specific example where you've learned from kind of how employers have engaged and how you've adapted to that. And related to that is just, how are we going to be agile enough given how quickly things are going to change? Ben?
Yeah, we've got a contractor, an electrical contractor in Indiana, who actually has a huge job site trailer, but he's put it up on wheels and now takes it from the employer area into different communities and high schools, and specifically shows folks with hands-on training exactly what they offer. And they've started a university and partnered with them, and they're literally going into school districts and funding their career and technical education programs that have been cut over the years. And they're trying to show the employers are here to be a partner. It's not a scary thing. The construction industry is here to help you, and let's bring those shop classes back, and let's bring the different types of skilled trades back, and have been a tremendous success in terms of bringing people into the industry and creating career pathways for everybody. Recently, I keep getting photos in the springtime of sort of the folks who are committing to employers after March or April, and generally what they're saying is that they've got signing days, and they've got sort of hats that are out for the employers or where they're going to. They make it a huge deal. It's sort of like how the athletes commit to a D1 school. Well, these young high school kids are committing to a company, and it's really exciting for them to all sort of have a community celebrate this and work together with an achieving a great goal for a lot of these kids who've gone through a lot of technical education, even the high school level.
To help them build awareness.
Yep.
Go ahead, Greg.
Gosh, there's so many to choose from. I'll choose a few real quick that's pretty neat. We had a hospital down in Albany, Georgia, Phoebe Putney, who came to us, and they actually partnered with us, knocked down an old high school across from the hospital, built a living and learning center that has housing as well as a state-of-the-art training facility for our students. And they have committed to those students, if they stay and work in that hospital, they can live in those apartments, which I would love. They are nice. For 2 years at subsidized living rates for basically housing. And so when you look at partnerships like that across the system, it's just refreshing to see how much industry is trusting in us, and also it's a lot of pressure on us to deliver. And so we have something that's unique. I don't really like it. I've been in this job 5.5 years, and I still get anxious saying this, but it's true. We warranty our graduates. And it sounds weird, but it's pretty neat that if someone graduates from a program and goes to work in our industry and can't do the job, they can call us and send them back, and we'll retrain them. And I believe that trust is what's building those partnerships that I just meant at Phoebe Putney, where they trust in the folks that are coming through our program to serve their hospital. A couple of others real quick. We love Kia. Kia is one of our largest employers. It came to Georgia back in 2006 or 8. They continue to believe in us. I'll give you this. This is not anything other than just saying it's a neat thing, but they believe so much in the graduates from our system that every year they sponsor the Student of the Year and give that student a brand new Kia. And so when you think about just the belief in industry, and they're willing to give to us to tout to get more workforce in the future, it really shows how they're showing up and supporting us. The reality of it is that's a neat thing, but the part we couldn't live without is when they give us the training aids to actually teach for their production line. When our hospitals give us actually an instructor, because you have to have a master's level instructor and fund it for 2 years so that we can actually expand the program. And so those are the things that we're seeing across all industries. No matter if it's manufacturing, nursing, HVAC, electrical. It's amazing to see in our system the investment by our industries back in for that future workforce. It's just neat.
So my example's a little long of an example, but it's around the petrochemical industry. And you might not be familiar with petrochemical, but I can tell you pretty much everything in this room, from the chairs, the tables, the carpets, these cups, have some of the products that are made out of our petrochemical companies. And so along the Houston Ship Channel, there's about 130 of those companies. They employ around 28,000 employees right there in that Houston region. And for every direct petrochemical job, there are 8 indirect jobs. And so we had been training in the petrochemical industry since the late 60s and 70s, and our equipment kind of looked like that. And There was a point, you know, when you might hear about fracking. Fracking was really happening, and our region was just booming, and there's been a tremendous job shortage. So I pulled together some of the plant managers, and I heard the last panel talk about advisory committees and councils, and I want to tell you how important these are because it changed the work that we're doing at San Jac. I pulled together the plant managers and had a chancellor's advisory council and really tried to meet with them about what do they need from us. And on these advisory councils and committees, it's pretty easy to get the good stuff that you're doing. But I made it clear I wanted to know the good, bad, and the ugly. I didn't expect the bad and the ugly to be as bad as it was, but what it needed was for us to really figure out what we were going to do with that bad and ugly. And what industry has invested in the college that I work for, our programs, I say our community is absolutely amazing. Industry agreed that they would support and endorse all 130 companies, a general obligation bond for us to go out and for $425 million, with the biggest priority being a petrochemical facility, and we budgeted around $65 million for it. And then industry knew they were going to have a tax rate increase with this. But what we did is we agreed that this was going to be a facility designed by industry for industry. And industry met with us for over 2 years. And when I say industry, there's thousands of hours, hundreds of people. They took every part of our curriculum and looked at what worked and what didn't work, and had teams going in and looking at how was chemistry designed around process technology, where did it all fit in, what did they need in technicians, how were our graduates meeting their needs or not. And there's a lot of proprietary information that was coming out. I mean, you got big companies, you got Shell, you got Dow, you got LyondellBasell, but they're all working together to really design this program. And so we have a 151,000 square foot facility. It's the LyondellBasell Center for Petrochemical Energy and Technology. It has an 8,000 square foot operating plant. It does glycol alcohol. Students run that in shift work the last semester of their program, 24 hours, and they're doing 8-hour shift work. They're running at the night so that they can really get the handle of what does this work like from a control room, a safety room. But every part of this was redesigned based on industry. And yesterday when I was meeting with our vice president over this facility, we do curriculum changes every semester. That's 3 times a year because fall, summer, and spring. And so we have 21 changes we're making to the petrochemical program this semester. What we have to do as educational institutions is make sure we're really listening and responding. And what I needed from industry was I needed the honesty and the relationships, and then how we were really going to, and they were going to hold us accountable for making the changes. And that has created where I can tell you companies are saying, we're hiring from you. We're now working on how we reduce the job training that they get when they get hired on, so their onboarding process. The goal of our companies is to get that down to 2 weeks. And so they're working with us now, where do we need to make changes in our curriculum about that? And so I just want to really stress the importance of that honest feedback to an institution, and to an institution making sure that you've got to respond.
So we've put a lot out on the table, and I'm going to go off script now a little bit.
I felt you already were off script.
Well, I am way off script. But we've talked about leadership, we've talked about awareness, we've talked about the role and the quickness of the economy, and the agility that's going to be needed. So if you all could just spend the next kind of 4 minutes in a conversation with each other about what are the challenges you're anticipating we're going to have to address in light of what ingredients you already have in place. And I truly want it to be a conversation between the 3 of you.
Well, I'll lead, I guess. One of the biggest things we're worried about is just the workforce, the aging of the workforce, and their fitness. One of the biggest things we've been seeing is just the ability to pass a drug test to be on a job site. Medical marijuana has created, and just legalized marijuana has created some certain huge challenges for the employers. You can't be high on dangerous equipment and dangerous job sites, and so trying to figure out a way to either improve testing to test impairment at the point of employment, or a way to make it so that it's okay to have a career and not use and get people into the industry that way. That's certainly a huge challenge for our industry, as well as a lot of other industries from what I've heard.
Yeah, I think that's something we hear consistently from either CDL or construction sites or many others. And in Georgia, we're not even having the legalization of marijuana, so I can't imagine the states that do have it. And so that's something we've been working on, especially of how do we actually do some drug testing on the front end versus the back end, because we're seeing it in our CDL program. We're investing a lot in students, and at some point we're sending them to get drug tested and they fell out, and so we lose a student. And so those are some of the things that we're conflicted with. I think for us, kind of transitioning from that, unless you want to add to that.
Go ahead.
I believe one of the big issues that we're struggling with is with all the workforce demands, how do you define where you focus? And so in Georgia, one of the things that we've been looking at with the governor's lead is the Governor's Office of Workforce Development as part of our technical college system. Two different boards, but we function the operational side under our system. And so with the governor's leadership, we've been trying and have initially defined what is a high demand career. And that is so difficult to do when you look at data. If you're doing the data driving of it, how many openings are there, what's a livable wage, what are those things to narrow that down? And everybody wants their job with the workforce issues to fall into that category. But the bigger thing is, once you figure that out, how are you going to put resources to it? Because it's still big. And how do you map? I was talking to Tim earlier, and Tim, good to see you today from our Atlanta Metro Chamber. But they've really dived into how do you actually map all the different credentials we have across the state of Georgia. Because even in our system, cyber came up a ton of times today, and we're real proud of our cyber. But depending on the college you go to in our system, sometimes you may not even know it's cyber because it's named something that match the local industry needs that doesn't really match what most people think is cyber, but it's really the same program. And so for us, it's really this quagmire of, we know there's all this workforce shortage. We know we've got to really fix it and have an approach that solves every industry's needs. You have limited resources and old funding models. And so how do you put together a framework for the future that sets out the vision that your state and your governor has?
And then you add to it the people who are underemployed.
Yes.
In the Houston region, there's 1 out of 5 do not have a high school diploma. And so then how do you help them get the skill sets they need to get into those jobs? And so that is another challenge. Texas is doing an opportunity high school diploma where 5 community colleges are piloting taking these students who are adults, don't have a high school diploma, but helping them earn a high school diploma along with a credential, a workforce credential, but really getting that flexibility of competency-based and prior learning and developing those models. But if you don't line those models up with what you just you've defined as what is really needed in those jobs, and then employers who are still posting jobs for bachelor's degrees where maybe that's not what's really needed if they really looked at the skill sets.
I mean, one of the things we didn't talk about and really wanted to get a quick reaction is how do we ensure learner success and supports that are necessary to ensure that they persist through? Because I know each of you think about how do you not lose someone either in the construction industry or in the education space. And so kind of close quickly with thoughts on what are the opportunities for supporting student success?
Well, real quick, we found out that the construction industry has the highest rate of suicide of any other industry. And so we launched a really aggressive program addressing that in a part of our total safety and health program, and addressing that just to educate a lot of our workforce development experts in the classroom to recognize the signs, and also the folks in the field, and to just check in and make sure that everyone's okay. You know, construction is kind of a macho industry, and there was a lack of interest in sort of getting at the root of the problem. So we've had some great success developing that, and it's a great way to take care of our people.
And ours is around those supports that, from a mental health standpoint, from making sure that there's resources for childcare or transportation. You know, your first generation, you're coming to school, you're a working parent. How do we make sure we put those resources into place? And we are trying to become more of a 24-hour college, and that puts a lot of different challenges on an institution.
Yeah, very, very similar. I mean, one of the things that we're doing, and I think most higher education is we're really spending a lot of time fundraising for that last mile, students that have a gap on actually graduation, and we're having a lot of success on that. I believe the other thing is we got to show the early successes. That was mentioned in an earlier panel. We've gone into badges and micro-credentials so that you have earlier success to give confidence. We've also gone, just as you guys mentioned, we have 5 pilot high schools, and so it's really neat to see that we're all doing the same thing, but we've got to make sure we don't have the dropouts, and I think that's a great pathway. We've already had 400 graduates that would have dropped out of high school that had came to us and finished. And so the reality is when you connect the confidence to the job, to some of the mental health, we have BIT teams as well. We're having a lot of success. We actually had in our system about a 76% graduation rate. Now, having said that, some of those are short-term certificates, so I don't want to misconstrue, but we're having that success, and I think it's through industry partnerships, through looking at the holistic approach of education.
So join me in thanking Greg, Brenda, and Ben for the great job they're doing, because they're the kinds of leaders we need more of to bring employers to the table in a different way. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We did good.
Lydia, thank you so much for joining us today at Talent Forward.
And thank you for having me.
Of course. To get started, would you mind telling us what trends are you seeing in education and workforce development, and how do you think organizations can use them to be more skills first?
Absolutely. So the trends that we're seeing are shorter form learning for sure. We are seeing people taking courses and earning credentials that are tied to them, whether those are digital badges, certificates, or certifications. We're making sure that people are lifelong learners. That's what we're seeing. We have done a survey with our Institute for Business Values, and that interviewed CEOs from around the world. What we learned from that is close to 50% of people will need to be upskilled over the next 3 years as a result of the impact of AI on the workforce. That means we all have a lot of learning to do. So if you're going to keep pace with the trends, think about learning. That's very heavily focused on AI, earning credentials to go along with your portfolio. And businesses need to think about how they're going to ingest those credentials with the application process. What are you doing for your employees? And what are you doing for applicants? At IBM, we are required to do 40 hours of learning a year. We call it Think 40. But beyond that, we engage in challenges with our technology where we're solving problems that we have in everyday work. That gives us the hands-on component. We take that same model and we offer it through challenges and courses and capstone projects through our Skills Build program, which we offer around the world for free. It's technology and it's also workplace skills. So the other trend we're seeing is as technology skills and AI in particular are becoming more and more prevalent, we need to find ways to automate what we're doing using AI so that we free up time for those human skills. Thinking about, communication, collaboration, ideation, all the things that you do as teams, things that you do that are uniquely human, how can you free up time to make sure you're doing those things? So businesses that want to be on trend are making sure those are available to their employees, thinking about what that looks like for their applicants, and continuing to encourage people to learn and to earn credentials to keep pace with the market.
Can you tell us a bit more about your work with IBM?
Absolutely. So my job is to lead our education and workforce development programs externally at IBM through corporate social responsibility. We have programs for high school students and teachers, university students and professors, and adult learners. We have a commitment to skill 30 million people by 2030, and in addition to that, 2 million people in AI by the end of 2026. So we're offering programs through Skills Build. We have partners around the world who help to deliver the program and can provide those services that their particular learners may need. But what it really means is we're doing our part to take our technology and our talent and make it available externally. We do it as IBMers. We believe it's important to offer to the community around the world and to make sure that there is a talent pipeline into our ecosystem. It may be that people are not coming to work at IBM, but they are coming to work with our clients and partners. And we need to all do our part to make sure that those people are prepared to be participants and thrive in today's workplace.
Now, for the folks out in the audience, is there anything that you can suggest for them to do today to promote a more skills-first approach, particularly in this era of AI?
Absolutely. We're hearing quantum is coming down the pike and AI agents, right? We know that agents are coming in customer service already. They're coming in other areas. But now today, what people can do is make sure they have their own AI skills under their belt. Take an AI fundamentals course. We have them for free on Skills Build. Understand how cybersecurity is connected. You don't want to be the weak link in your organization that uses a risky tool and opens up your organization to a cybersecurity attack. So it's really important that people understand how all of these things fit together. You start getting your skills, you start making time for yourself to do other things, those human skills I mentioned earlier, and making sure that those people around you are also participating. It's creating a portfolio, it's getting those credentials beyond your degree, being a lifelong learner, and getting started now. Again, somebody who, AI won't take your job, but somebody who knows it just might. So make sure that you're prepared.
Lydia, thank you so much for joining us here at Talent Forward. We really appreciate your time and your insights.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Talent Forward and the Chamber.
Thanks to Lydia and Eileen. To learn more about IBM's work, please check out additional resources in the event app. And now, please welcome Chandler Morse from Workday and Stacy Caldwell from CredLens in conversation with Dane Lin from Business Roundtable.
Well, thank you. Good to see at this time of the day that you've all decided to stick it out, and we appreciate that. Again, Dane Lin, Senior Vice President at the Business Roundtable. We've decided to cancel the alcoholic reception because there's too much traffic and too many people out there looking at the cherry blossoms. So, no, all kidding aside, the traffic, it took me 30 minutes to get here from down at the wharf. So I may need a couple of drinks before I head back. But that we're really excited to have this conversation about skills-based hiring. For those of you that don't know the Business Roundtable, we are an association of CEOs representing largely Fortune 250 in this country. We're all US-based companies. And our primary goal is really to promote a thriving economy and most importantly, to expand opportunity for all. You know, at BRT, much like our colleagues at the Chamber, who I want to extend a note of appreciation for inviting their cousin in the business community, the Business Roundtable, to be a part of their workforce forum, we have found that the skills-based approach is an important strategy for advancing the talent pools, creating meaningful career opportunities. And notice I used the word careers. This isn't about getting individuals jobs. This is about creating career opportunities that promote economic mobility. And I come from the state of West Virginia, and I think about this quite often, about changing the trajectory of future generations. This is about generational wealth. This is about changing the future of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and yes, it's also about the economy in this country. But it's creating more meaningful career opportunities and removing the barriers, intentionally or otherwise, that both employers and job seekers are currently facing. We've done a lot of work in this area. Companies, small, medium-sized, and large, have made significant accomplishments. But this is an enterprise responsibility. This isn't just about changing the job descriptions and removing degree and replacing it with skills. This is about changing the ecosystem. It's about changing every facet of the HR operation, and not just the HR operation, but how it intersects with many of the other issues that companies work on. I wish Lydia were here, but we're glad to have her comments before we started this panel. Lydia at IBM, but even prior to her arrival at IBM, has done some great work in this area. But now you're going to get to know two additional folks. So I'm really thrilled to have a former colleague from the College Board, Stacy Caldwell with CredLens, and a BRT member company, a good friend, Chandler Morse, whose name I can't pronounce. He's such a good friend. Chandler, who is with Workday. In the interest of time, we're not going to go through long introductions. They're going to be able to give you the Cliff Note version of who they are. But Stacey, we're going to kick it off with you. CredLens is pretty new. And CredLens is really built around creating this national trust, data trust. And we know how important data is for non-degreed credentials and relatively non-degreed credentials. Where are you seeing some of the early successes?
Sure. I'll back up for just a second, if you don't mind, and talk a little bit about CredLens. So, as Dane mentioned, we are a nonprofit national data trust. We were formed by Strata last year. We really became operational in April of last year, so we are just about to hit our one-year anniversary of truly 0 to 1. We started with myself and the CTO on the same day on April 15th of last year, and we've been building the org, the platform, the structure ever since. Our goal is really to address the gap in outcomes data for non-degree credentials. So Strata was looking around in 2023 as they did their strategy work and said, okay, data around four-year degrees, while not perfect, we have the college scorecard. A bunch of states are doing interesting work. But when you get to the fuller range of opportunities around these non-degree credentials, and just to be clear, this could be a certification. It could be a certificate program. Eventually, we are very much hoping to translate all the way down to micro-credentials and skills, because we think that's the work that needs to be measured. All of those things are a little bit the Wild West. So some good programs exist, lots of programs exist, the space has been growing, but there's very little data. So we were formed to address exactly that challenge. The way that we're doing that is we are going out credential assure by credential assure, and we're saying, hey, share a list of folks who have gotten your credential, and we're going to give you back something valuable. So we're going to take that list of folks, we're going to match it to a whole set of outcomes data. We're going to then anonymize that. We're going to match it in a sort of secure back-end way, anonymize the results and sort of aggregate them a bit, and then we're going to share back in a dashboard insights for folks that help them answer questions around earnings, employment, and further education. So, hey, you just got this credential. You look at your portfolio of students who got a credential. What were they making before they got it? What are they making after at the 1, 3, 5-year mark? And what happened to their employment path? Are they in the right industry? And if they are they on a different trajectory in terms of promotions and that sort of thing? So that's the basic work that we're doing. In terms of wins, I think, frankly, less than a year in. So first of all, we've made the thing real is our first win. So we went live in December with the full platform front to back. Frankly, we spent a lot of energy building out a really robust back end. Frankly, if you're going to be a national data trust, you better have a good, modern, world-class architecture from the beginning. So spent a lot of time and energy on that. And then a very sort of initial MVP set of insights for our first 2 issuers, and we're sort of sharing back data with those folks. So we're up, we're live, we're in the midst of doing a whole lot of really good evaluation of data sources. So looking at 3 different sets of data that can give us employment outcomes right now, and it's very interesting to see how different providers give us some slightly different data. So we see that sort of work being one of the benefits of doing this at scale, that we can do that exploration and then we can share back more broadly.
So, I warned the panelists I was going to ask questions that we didn't prepare for. So here it goes.
Okay.
One of the challenges that the employee faces is that you acquire the credentials, you acquire the skills, and then you move from company X to company B. And sometimes those skills aren't recognized by the new employer. How are you thinking about the transferability of skills so that you're not starting over when you leave company A and move to company B?
Yeah, you made a couple comments about the systems and that it takes systems and it takes sort of bigger work to do. I think, my short-term answer is different than my long-term answer here. Long-term, I think there's a bunch of good momentum and work going on around starting to coalesce around what does it mean to get good skill descriptions that folks can start to agree on. But we're not there yet, right? I've heard references to the Tower of Babel. I've heard references to as I've been through the day-to-day, references to hey, we're all speaking a different language. I think that's still where we are. So part of what we're doing in the short term is we're starting with the more defined credentials. So we're starting with certifications and certificate programs, because those 2 things are a little better defined, a little more sort of fleshed out, to the point where, and especially on the certification side, industry groups have said, hey, we recognize these and these are skills that we want to be able to utilize. So in doing that, we can then share information back that says, here's the results coming out of those, because there's enough consistency to actually be able to measure it.
Great. So Chandler, and as I mentioned, Workday is a BRT member. They're part of what we call at the Business Roundtable our Multiple Pathways Initiative. It's our version, similar to what the Chamber is doing on skills-based hiring and advancement policies. And would encourage you to Google Multiple Pathways Initiative. Take a look at some of the resources, again, similar to what the Chamber has produced. We have one coming out on what's the business case, because a CEO is not going to stick with it if you can't talk about what the business case is and what the ROI is. But there are many other resources there. You work with a lot of Workday works with a lot of large employers. Be interesting, I think, for the group to hear what are some of the trends that y'all have seen, and what has changed as it relates to degrees and skills and the way companies think about hiring talent?
I think the biggest trend is the size of this room, and a lot of us have been talking about skills for decades, and now it has become. We recently issued this month our 2025 State of the Skills Global Report, and we talked to 2,000 business leaders around the world, North America, EMEA, Asia Pacific, and Japan. And I think the biggest takeaway was 50% of the folks we talked to either had a skills-first strategy that they were implementing, or if they didn't have it, another 25% were planning it in the next year. So there is this sort of takeoff. Dane, you and I have been talking about this. My sense is that the pandemic was a catalyzing moment of recognizing how quickly everything can turn upside down in the economy. Yeah. And there was a very real drive towards how do we prepare workers, how do we provide employers, how do we build systems that are more agile. And I think that's, the other trend that we're seeing, and in this case, I'm definitely going to be the barber telling, well, not Dane, because the barber telling everyone to get a haircut. AI is sort of the next, we know it's coming. We know that there's uptake. We know that there's lots of conversations around ROI, and we know that there are going to be impacts. Now, in our case, I think the other thing that we're seeing in terms of trends is, there is this conversation, you and I have had it, we've had it with our customers, we've had it with policymakers, is sort of like, hey, we've been talking about skills for a long time, but how do we take it to scale? How do we go? And for us, our answer to that is, you can't do it without a responsibly implemented AI tech layer. Skills data is messy. We use the same word to talk about a bunch of different things. We use a bunch of different words to talk about the same thing. When you talk about skills and you talk about skills, we'll be talking about the different skills. And it is, you can painstakingly with a pencil and paper or with a Excel spreadsheet try to decode all of that, or you can slam it all into some AI, which is ready-made to start to draw out some of those inferences. I think the other thing that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and we talk about this a lot, is skills are tricky because if you think particularly around candidates, you know, say usually when people are thinking, when you're not on the employer side, when you're on the worker side and you're thinking about skills, it typically is when you're looking for a job. That tends to be the first time people come into contact with you. And when you tend to be looking for a job, you know, it's like the kids are in bed, you've done the work for the day, now you're gonna sit down at the computer and you gotta and someone's gonna ask you like, what skills do you have? And that is like the worst time to answer that question. Because people will not, you know, like the answer is gonna be, now, I am rather self-promoting, so like I don't have a problem answering the question. Like I will tell you more. I will tell you I'm a surgeon, maybe a little open heart. You know, like I watched a documentary. Now I know how to like pilot a space shuttle. But most people, if you ask them what skills they have, they will undersell. They will be worried that they're going to get called out. They will, and so if you have a tech layer with AI drawing inferences, what you can start to have at scale is the last 1,000 people that had this skill that you mentioned also had these 6. Do you want to add them to your profile? Yeah. Do you want to flesh this out in a way that, and we have found that people actually do. If you give them the option, they will start to add, they will start to populate, and that is driven by tech, and that launches Talent Marketplace, that launches career-driven career hubs, that launches all kinds of things that can go from there that can take that skills approach to scale.
Okay, let's get down to the brass tacks. You heard me mention that skills-based policies, corporate policies, whether it's to attract, retain, and advance talent, it's more than rewriting job descriptions. Yeah. And some companies, and I would say, you know, even large companies, don't know what those other pieces are. So what are the other pieces? Get down to tactics. What are some of the other things that companies should do?
Look, I think I'm not an HR professional, so I can have an outside the HR envelope view of this. The biggest thing is, and you mentioned the CEO, like it has to be more than an HR project. You have to have cross-functional, not just complicit, not just compliance. It has to be, so when we kicked off our skills strategy, our sales teams were having trouble filling roles. And so our HR folks went to them and said, do you want to pilot this skills thing? We think we can boil down your skills. We think we can get you bigger candidate pools. And we ended up reducing time to hire by 30%. So 1, it has to be more than just HR. 2, I talked about the tech layer. You just cannot take this approach to scale without some tech layer. We've got some thoughts on that. I'm happy to talk to you about it afterwards. But and then the third is start small. Start small. You know, we started with one role. We're an HCM company. We started with one role. And build from there, because you'll build on the successes and people will see, and then there'll be an excitement. I think some of the folks that we've talked to, you know, you can just bite off more of this than you can chew. And so start with a key skill that your company needs. Yeah. Start with a key role that your company needs. And then you can start to build on that. So I think that's a strategy for winning.
That's an interesting point because, you know, we've had some companies that have just started with a unit within the company to build a proof point. Yep. And while there are similarities across the enterprise, there are some differences within the tech unit versus, you know, other divisions within the company. I'm trying to get through as many questions as we have here, so I'm going to start with you on. You know, I'm not quite 55 yet, so I'm not worked my way up to 12 different careers. But you know, we have focused thus far on companies, but companies can't do this alone. There are these training providers, whether they're for-profit training providers, community colleges, career tech centers, four-year colleges, universities. What should companies be thinking about relative to the partnership with the providers?
Yeah. So I'm going to weave that and a little bit of the sort of like the the smaller employer side to the building systems? Because I think it's a great question. How do you support this? So we're very early on in sort of we're not yet serving employers, but we're trying to very actively have conversations with a whole set of folks. So we actually just did a sort of big survey project and went out and talked to a bunch of folks. And I think results won't totally surprise you. I think there is momentum. I think that's true. We continue to see the momentum. I think that when you ask people, they look at non-degree credentials, they look at skills, and they say, yep, we know it's important, and we know it's going to get more important. So they're saying like, oh, we sort of use it 50% now. We think it's going to be roughly 70% in the future. So they know that, and they are trying to say, yes, I want to use it both for talents and upskilling. That I think is important, because if you're just trying to find folks, then you don't get to the how do we build. But they're mostly using it at the entry level, so I don't think they're quite making that transition. And then when you're asked about implementation, this is where it gets really funny, because you just get a word cloud of difficult, frustrating, man, it's super hard. And you sort of try to dig under that, and you get a couple things. Like, number one, the biggest quote we got was, I don't know which credential tells me that they're ready to do this job. Well, obviously there's two parts of that problem, right? Like the first one is just, do you understand the skills in the job? And then the second is, do you understand what a credential is actually trying to deliver, right? So you're not really sure which part of those they're trying to answer. And then the second is just concern about quality. Who do we look to? So I think that, I love that you went through the whole list of purveyors of skills, credentials, et cetera, because I think, it's wonderful that all those folks are out there, and what that means is a lot of creativity. So as you see folks raising their hand, I completely agree with the pandemic point, also from the student side, right? All of a sudden, everybody looked around and said, hey, maybe I should be thinking about a few more options. So, with the students saying that, and the employer saying, oh, I want to navigate towards different alternative credentials, the reason that we've had the supply to really sort of step in there is because there's all of these players. There's relatively less regulation, and in the places like the universities that are building out the full programs, they also are saying, hey, we've got to get creative and build this out. But in that is a little bit of chaos. And so I think, the way we see our role in that is, well, let's at least start to underpin a little bit of data around this. And when you listen to conversations, people are like, if I could just understand the outcomes, that at least gives me a first metric. So we think that is a big piece to put in place. But then frankly, I do think, I think this skills piece and how do we start to navigate and speak close to the same language is really interesting. And I want to hear more about the responsible layer of AI, because I think that responsible is a really big piece of that. So I think that those two things can play a pretty big role. And then I do think that there are some policy levers and other things, especially at the state level, that can help support the sort of unification of that as well.
So the other thing I would add to this is, I think a lot about the taxonomies. And how do you go to the local community college or the four-year college and university as a company and say, this is the type of person I'm looking for to fill this role. But don't just think about that role. Think about what does the next role look like and the next role look like, so that you're looking at what are the skills the individual brings, what are the skills the individual needs, how do you close that gap, and how does the providers actually help do that vis-a-vis curriculum, so that when the individual wants to go take the advantage of the next best job, they're not actually being told, go back to the community college at night and get an associate's degree. And I think we see many companies like Walmart, for example, bringing cross-sector of companies to work together where there are job-like roles within those companies. Even though they may not be retail, another company may not be in the service sector, there's that opportunity to kind of, again, go to scale.
Just to piggyback on a couple of those points, I think one, oftentimes when the concept of skills is raised, it is on the applicant, but so much of the value is on the incumbent. Yeah. That as we see shifts in the economy, that it is expensive to hire people. If on my team, on the public policy team, it takes about a year before I feel comfortable putting someone in this chair under the Workday banner. And so starting to look at the skills landscape on how you can do data-driven career, like you've got these skills, how do we build on top of that to look at these roles? Yeah. We talk to a lot of policymakers talking about policy levers, and it's always in that data-driven career planning that we get their attention. Because if we're totally honest right now, most career planning is anecdotal. My cousin Fred's buddy's friend said nursing's going to be big. And then people are making major life decisions on things like that, as opposed to, now back to the policy levers. We've worked with the Chamber, we're a proud member with BRT, we've worked with everyone that'll work with us because we don't believe that there currently is the federal labor data sources to start to really look at what's coming and going economy-wide. So if you've got $1 to spend on reskilling in Boise, what are you going to spend it on? Like, how are you going to know what the next skill that you should be stacking on top of that is? We think we're a ways from employers and everyone else sort of organically coming up with that on their own. We think there's a federal role for that sort of, and we think actually as that federal role on economy-wide, local, organized data, that will drive some of those taxonomy conversations around alignment.
So we have a couple minutes left, and we're going to get through 2 questions, so a little like speed dating here. I worry a lot about the small and medium-sized businesses because the HR person doesn't just do HR. They do a lot of other things. And so what advice do you have for the small and medium-sized companies who, again, have less capacity, interest real high, capacity not as high? So recommendations on, I'll answer my own question first. What do we do to create strategic partners between the big companies who have more capacity with the suppliers? Or trying to do that, even if you're not a supplier, trying to do this work in collaboration in communities where you both have a presence. But please build on that.
Yeah, I think this idea of how do you cluster folks together, we don't all need to create new job descriptions with the skills associated with them, right? That work has been done a bunch of different places and can get pulled together. I think there are increasingly some good tools to use that have existing taxonomies that you can go and at least say, oh, when somebody else built this, what were the sort of skills that they went to? So I think that starting to use some of those, Open Skills Network has a broad sort of open, Lightcast has some stuff that they've done as well to sort of open up and say, hey, you're free to like translate this to this. So I think some tools like that are useful. I've also heard sort of 3 things over the last day where folks are actively trying to pull people together. So Skills Coalition was doing some work where they're thinking about how do you cluster like-minded folks. Frankly, Peter Beard of this fine organization was talking on a panel with me earlier today about some of the work that had gone on in Houston, and Nick Moore in Alabama was also talking about some of the work they've done to really sort of pull everybody together at the same table. So I think the more that we can like get different groups, whether that's place-based or whether that's industry-based, starting to pull together, I think the better off we are.
Yeah.
And I'll save a little bit of time. From our perspective, it's the growing awareness at the state level that these are strategies that need to be implemented. So less about us sort of partnering with smaller businesses and more about supporting statewide initiatives more than I can't even keep up with the number of states that have launched. And along with that, sort of the National Council of State Legislatures, others are sort of joining that. And I think that will, I was going to say trickle down, but that's probably not the best. Well, we're at the chamber, so it'll trickle down. I think some of those resources will proliferate through the economy in those states that are taking active roles.
Yeah, and some of the work, just building on that point, excuse me, at the state level, the National Governors Association is now deep into this work. You've already mentioned Lightcast. There's Lightcast, there's Burning Glass, who I think provides significant number of not just data, but practical resources for companies as well. My last question is around sustainability. This is the one thing that keeps me up at night. How do we ensure that we're not moving to the next best thing, the shiny object on the shelf, and we leave skills-based hiring? Because guess what? We don't have a supply problem anymore. And so how do we sustain this focus, all in the name of creating opportunity for everyone and growing the economy?
Do you want me to go first? I just am not worried about that, mostly because I think COVID is making a lasting imprint on people of the very real nature of how agile we have to be in the economy. I think everyone is focused on AI and how it's going to drive change. And I do want to throw just one quick, we often talk about skills, and when AI comes up, people say, well, we got to get digital skills. And that's true. In our survey, we found 2/3 of folks were really interested in digital skills, but it's not the whole story. About 1/3 of the folks that we talked to also were looking at just very focused human skills, problem solving, communication. And so as we look at skills development, I think one of the things that what keeps me up at night is less about sustained momentum, and it's more about how are we targeting the resources we have in skills development to the right skills to give folks the next step. And that I think we've all seen a lot of activity around workforce development, and I don't think we can all say it's all been super, everything that we've seen has been super impactful. Yeah. And we're going to come to a moment when I think those tools are going to be really important. So being able to answer what keeps me up at night is, can we answer the question, you're a mid-level incumbent worker in small town USA, and you have to go figure out how you're going to apply your skills to something new. How do we answer the question, what do you go invest your time in? Yeah. Because it will be not college students who are deciding the next class. It'll be parents. It'll be like folks that are providing for families. It'll be folks in the economy that are going to have to do that a little bit on the side of their day job. And that, to me, is I don't think we're there. So we talk to lawmakers pretty regularly, and what we beg them is put a problem identification step in your skills reskilling plan. Yep. So that we can really get the data that we need to know what's happening.
Stacey? Yeah, I could not agree more with a whole bunch of those points. I spent some time at the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is a group of high schools thinking about a different way to sort of demonstrate skills in high school. They would have these, one of my favorite competencies in all of that is like a reference competency was agility with ambiguity. Agility with ambiguity, I'm like, that is beautiful, and it's beautiful that you're teaching high school students that, and I feel like that is the single biggest competency that we are all going to need over the next 20 years to really navigate the space. I, like you, worry a little bit more about the impact of AI than just the oversupply running us backwards. I think, I was reading a working paper last night about some work that's been done at Procter & Gamble to give AI to teams and to collaborative teams, but also to some individuals. And what happened is, yes, the productivity of the teams increased rapid-fold, but so did the individuals, and the individuals were performing almost as well as the collaborative teams because it was substituting an expertise that the folks didn't have. And that was just one of those oh, right, this goes well beyond just, hey, I'm gonna have it help me write a paper or do other things. It's gonna pretty dramatically change the way that we all do our work. The worry there is, well, sure, in the long term that'll be fine and we'll all progress to new jobs, but in the short term, there's a whole lot of dramatic change that's going to happen, and whether we can translate for ourselves, translate systemically to actually support people through that transition, I think will be really important.
Yeah. I'm encouraged. We had our CEOs in town a couple of weeks ago for our quarterly meeting, and regardless of the topic, workforce skills continues to come up. And so I think from our membership, it's never been higher. And that is encouraging to me.
Agreed.
For the reasons that we've discussed on this panel. So please join me in thanking Stacey and Chandler for the discussion that we've had this afternoon. As well as all of the presenters that have been a part of today's discussion. That was a cue to applause, but that's okay. So this session has been recorded and will be available on playback on YouTube. And with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Joe Davis with the Chamber Foundation. Joe?
And we are back at the Gamechanger desk. Now, before I get into it with my guests here, there's two things I got to say. All right, one, there's somebody that needs to hear this right now. I'm proud of you because you're still here, and we appreciate you. Number two, all right, we have to correct the record for something Dane said a little earlier, okay? Just so everybody knows, there will be a reception, and just so you know that I'm serious, we're gonna cheers off this thing right now.
Cheers.
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 Great job to the game.
Good job.
Okay, now to business. Now, Brenda, Peter, I know you guys go way back to Peter's days in Houston before you came to the Chamber Foundation. So what I want to do, I want to start off talking a little bit about the education business partnership. So what were your experiences in terms of partnerships between education and business? And is there anything you can lend to other organizations in the education space, in the business space?
It's a great question. And one of the things when Peter came to Houston, he led our Upskill Houston initiative and really kicked the whole thing off. And, you know, Houston's big, 7.4 million. We've got so many institutions. We got 9 community colleges, higher education, but lots of business and lots of opportunities. And Peter was the one that helped pull together nonprofits, higher education, public education, and employers to really talk about what are these needs. Now, we did a whole lot more than talking. We really got into how are we going to redefine skills and how are we going to meet those needs. And what really came up was education, you got to listen to employers, and then you got to figure out how you're going to respond. And that is really the whole basis of how we're going to meet regional workforce needs and change the social and economic mobility. And so from a standpoint, I know in education we got a lot of different rules we got to follow, but how do we listen to our employers and then make the changes that are needed to get them the workforce that's required?
And I think we heard, you know, from Brenda earlier just what it takes for a leader like Brenda to say, I want to hear the bad, and I really want to hear it because I want to improve it. And so it takes that kind of leadership. But I think Brenda will remember that I did a fishbowl with employers in the middle and the 9 community college leaders on the outside. And I think that shifted the conversation that we needed to listen differently to employers. And I think the other piece that becomes more and more important as we not only think about the economic mobility and prosperity that are needed for individuals, is how do we continue to ensure that our regional economies, which creates the national economy, continue to be competitive. And that's where we need this strong education employer partnerships so that you're actually focused on the key industries that grow a regional economy and have the skilled workforce, because that's the only way you're going to attract either domestic industries or foreign direct investment into a region. And so that becomes really, really important. And if you don't have that education community partnership or education employer partnership, you're not going to be able to grow the economy.
Oh no, that was the real critical piece of it, and really making sure that we were all at the table. And then taking action, and you held us accountable, and making sure how we were coming back together. And it was pretty powerful, the kind of work that's been done, and understanding that we're better together than being separate.
That's great. Okay, now Peter, close us out. What did you think about today? What stood out? And then what should we be looking forward to for day 2?
I mean, I think what stood out were a couple things. One, this challenge we're confronting, the lack of a skilled workforce and the declining population and the changing economy and how quickly they're changing is a problem we're going to have to continue to address. What I also heard, and part of that was also the importance of not only thinking about the jobs, but ensuring that they're quality jobs from all sorts of dimensions, but also not only just the wage, but that they meet people's needs and allow folks to be a part of the family. But I think what it does tell us is if we don't start being more agile and more adaptive and thinking about improvement, we're not going to be able to compete effectively, which then suggests what we really need to be doing is having a much more agile and investing in the skills architecture that's necessary, which means the education system, the community organizations, all to be able to do this. And so I think that's kind of the big takeaway. We've set the frame, and I think we're going to hear much more about some of the stories about how lives are different because of the work that folks are doing in tomorrow's session, where we're actually going to hear about how people have touched people's lives. And I think that's going to be, those stories are just as important as the stories we heard today.
That's great. Thank you both. Now, that is a wrap on day 1 of Talent Forward from the Gamechanger desk. Now, tomorrow we'll get into workforce participation. Today, of course, we talked about workforce development, and we'll get into the policy landscape, we'll get into some of the challenges, and we'll get into the people that are helping individuals and communities thrive. Thank you all.
Let's go.